Chapter 1087. Well, let me think about how to minimize the impact. Okay, I'll leave it to you. Wu Yuding smoothly pushed the responsibility to Zhuo Changlu and went to chat with her son. Along the way, the closer they got to the Sun-Moon Pass, the more intense the UMNO Alliance's construction became. The UMNO Alliance's defense line was tens of thousands of miles long. They're building a no-fly zone defense line. Zhuo Changlu sighed. Looking at the busy people below, he couldn't help but say, the UMNO Alliance is indeed the most powerful race since ancient times. This spirit of sacrifice is worthy of praise and tears. Below them, the construction of a majestic pass wall had been completed. On top of it, a Wu people officer stood up and shouted with a trembling voice, "Senior Tianyan, are you here?" Instantly, countless voices echoed from below. "Here. I'm here. Please, seniors." All the UMNO Alliance's soldiers saluted together. At this moment, 36 white-haired old men walked over with unsteady steps. Their faces carried a sense of calmness amidst their boldness, and they actually didn't reveal a trace of dejection. No need to be so polite. This is what we should do. The leader of the old men smiled faintly and said, "For the UMNO Alliance, for the future generations, we are willing to do this. Seniors, you are mighty. Your loyalty will last for 1,000 years." Tens of thousands of soldiers stood orderly and saluted. They didn't move for a long time. The leader of the old men laughed and struggled to stand high. He raised his head and turned around to face the group of old men in front of him. He said loudly, "Old brothers." "Yes." The 35 people at the front answered in unison. Behind them, there were large groups of old men. They all had snow-white hair and were thin, but their backs were straight. They were weak but not weak, and their faces were filled with calmness. "Our origin is damaged, and our lives are coming to an end. We can't even go to the battlefield to fight and get the burning body order. I didn't expect that today. We can still leave glory for our descendants. How lucky. This life is worth it." The 35 old men burst into laughter at the same time. "This life is worth it. 36 stars, return to your positions." The 36 old men all laughed heartily and stepped forward at the same time. Their steps were firm and determined, without a trace of hesitation. On the city wall, 36 special seats with hexagram patterns had already been set up. Everyone walked to their seats and turned around in unison to look back. Behind him, the descendants of the 36 families all knelt on the ground and sobbed. Juniors respectfully send off old ancestor. The old men laughed out loud, then sat down gently and neatly. The old man in the lead said, "There's no need to hesitate. Let's start the formation." Above, the officer who gave the order had tears streaming down his face. He vigorously waved the red flag in his hand and shouted, "Set up the formation. Draw upon the power of the stars to create the UMNO Alliance's forbidden airspace domain. The 36 Dipper formation will last forever. Activate the formation." The tens of thousands of soldiers present shouted in unison, and a huge amount of spirit energy continued to erupt, surging into the formation that had already been carved underground. In an instant, a thick white light soared into the sky and reached the 9 heavens. It was also at this moment that the tens of thousands of soldiers drew their swords and ruthlessly cut their wrists. Blood flowed like a waterfall and poured into the formation base. Therefore, after an instant, the white light that soared into the sky suddenly turned into a red light, and rushed into the distant sky with an even more intense and ferocious momentum. In the sky, the river of stars was bright as usual. Suddenly, the frequency of the stars flashing suddenly increased, and streaks of starlight fell straight down as if they were solid, converging with the red light that rushed up and merging into one. In a moment that seemed to exist, but also seemed to not exist, after a moment of stalemate, they reversed the momentum and returned to their respective positions. The starlight returned to the sky, but the red light turned into a dazzling beam of light. A total of 36 beams of light shone back onto the 36 people sitting on the seats. The 36 Dipper Formation Forbidden Airspace Domain, brothers united as one, forever suppressing the UMNO alliance. The leading old man laughed loudly. Old brothers, let's go. Suddenly, a heroic laugh sounded. Let's go. It only lasted for a moment, but the beam of light became more and more blazing, and more dazzling. The 36 old men, along with their seats, began to rotate at high speed simultaneously. 36 light pillars gradually connected together, connecting the 36 people together. Then, there was a sudden tremor. The seats in the beam of light, together with the old men in the formation map, disappeared at the same time. In the next moment, an inexplicable force soared into the sky again, and it was unstoppable. Sua Xiaoduo, who was watching this scene from the sky, felt his body sink, and fell straight down like a meteorite. The forbidden airspace domain was already in effect. This was the forbidden airspace domain that targeted the large army of the demon clan. With Sua Xiaoduo's current cultivation, he naturally could not resist it, and could no longer maintain the state of flight. Sua Changlu reached out and grabbed his son, and carried him on his back. He could not help but sigh. The UMNO Alliance's forbidden airspace domain has succeeded. Wu Yuding nodded silently, and a look of admiration flashed in her eyes. Just by looking at the manpower and lineup below, one could tell that the UMNO Alliance was indeed bold and generous. It was really impressive. Countless white-haired old men were bowing and saluting. Brothers, take care. We'll be there soon. With their loyal souls as the sacrifice, their lives as the foundation, their souls as the guide, and their blood as the soul. For the sake of the future, these old guys of the UMNO Alliance are not afraid of death at all. Sua Changlu was also very respectful. He stood in the sky invisible and bowed. Along the way, he saw countless powerhouses of the UMNO Alliance who were nearing the end of their lives. They smiled calmly and resolutely entered the formation map, turning their lives and souls into the foundation of the formation, and sacrificing everything for the great cause of the UMNO Alliance. With their lives, souls, and everything they had, they built the forbidden airspace domain of tens of thousands of miles. This is our enemy. Sua Changlu sighed softly. It used to be, it is now, and it will always be before the return of the demon race. Sua Xiaoduo was overwhelmed by emotions. He said solemnly, Dad, the return of the demon race is inevitable. In the future, we will work together to fight against the demon race. Why don't we choose to end the war and work together? Grandpa is one of the top powerhouses of the human race. I think he should have some say. If he suggests something to the leadership. No. Sua Changlu said resolutely, the UMNO Alliance is still an enemy at this stage. It must be an enemy. Your dad is right. The UMNO Alliance must be an enemy. An enemy of life and death. Wu Yuding sighed softly and said, nobody can predict how strong the demons will be when they return. As the weaker side, we can only produce more powerhouses under the pressure of death. If the battlefield in the Sun and Moon Pass is gone, then the ones living in the rear will be a bunch of corpses. Without the pressure of life and death, how can there be any powerhouses? If we only rely on the warriors to fulfill our dreams of traveling the world, how can there be any powerhouses? Human beings in the astral souls grew from weak to strong because of battles like this. They were stimulated by the blood and sacrifice of generations. Sua Changlu said indifferently, if the world is truly peaceful, the UMNO Alliance, which is the stronger side, may still be under the pressure of death. But the astral souls will soon be in a situation where heroes will rise and fight for the throne. The reason for such a long time of peace is the external pressure of the UMNO Alliance. The price is the blood and flesh in the Sun and Moon Pass. People's hearts have always been like this. When there is an external enemy, we are all on the same side. When there is no external enemy, you want to have the final say, and I want to have the final say, too. Then, the The only result is that we have to fight each other with our underlings. It has been like this since the beginning of time. To put it bluntly, it is not a big deal. The so-called changes in the dynasty and the change of dynasties are just because people's selfish desires can never be satisfied. When there is no war and no external enemy, these warriors will always be some stupid soldiers. They don't know how to enjoy life, but they want to suffer instead. Who will respect them? Only when the enemy raped his wife, killed his son, and fucked his parents. With this kind of pain, this group of melodramatic things will know that they need protection. And the people who protect them will be so precious. Zhuo Changlu said sarcastically. His voice was unusually cold. So, this war will never end. It will never end. Even if it does end one day, it will have to be when all the 9 continents return and completely unify the world. Only then will it return to the era where heroes rise every once in a while. Zhuo Xiaoduo said, when that time comes, will the remaining victors, the strong ones, watch the continent fall into chaos again? Zhuo Changlu said indifferently, what we can guarantee is the continuation of human life. The human world will not be completely wiped out. When we achieve this, we can be free and unfettered, and enjoy life with our own will. We can't be their nannies forever. When the external enemy is gone, they can do whatever they want. That is just a few decades or 100 years. It will be over in the blink of an eye. It doesn't matter. For the sake of these inevitable reincarnations, we will work tirelessly. At this moment, Zhuo Xiaoduo was shocked by his father's indifference. In his heart, his father had never been such a cold person. His tone was condescending and indifferent to all living things. However, Wu Yuding breathed a sigh of relief. There was an indescribable tiredness in her voice. At Zhuo Xiaoduo's age, perhaps he wouldn't be able to understand it for a long, long time. That was because he had lived for a long time, he had seen too much of humanity with his own eyes, and he had protected the continent for his entire life, protecting it for thousands of years. Years of fighting bloody battles on the front line. Occasionally, when they looked back, they would see scums appearing one after another in the rear. The world was ugly, and the morals were corrupted. When this knowledge appeared again and again, the more they thought about it, the more pathetic and powerless they felt. Countless times, countless methods, countless education to open up the wisdom of the people, even if countless hot-blooded heroes stood out, it was undeniable that the despicableness and ugliness of human nature came from the bones. There is one more chapter. It should be around 9:00 in the evening. Chapter 1088. Let's go. Zhuo Changlu flicked his sleeves and led Zhuo Xiaoduo east. They sped up. The Sun-Moon Pass was right in front of them. They could vaguely see the 2 armies fighting below. Blood flowed like rivers and corpses piled up like mountains. On one side was the army of the Umno Alliance, and on the other side was the army of the Tao League. Zhuo Changlu stopped and looked. He said, the army of the Tao League already has some of the demeanor of an iron-blooded battle formation. If they can fight like this for 10 years, the Tao League might be able to produce an invincible army. However, I don't know if the heavens will give them the time. Wu Yuding said disdainfully, I don't dare to count on them. Instead of counting on them, it's better to improve my own cultivation and increase my ability to resist the enemy. The Tao League is also building a no-fly zone, but it's slower. And the people over there. They're not willing to sacrifice themselves. After we send you back to Fenghai, your mother and I will go to the Tao League to take a look. Zhuo Changlu said slowly. Wu Yuding's eyes turned extremely cold. The Tao League broke the rules twice in a row and assassinated Zhuo Xiaoduo. At that time, the couple was at a critical moment in their seclusion. They only asked for some interest from Xiao. However, if they thought that this matter would be over so easily, they were underestimating the sky inspecting throne and the rain demon too much. They plotted against my son twice, and they're just going to pay for it. Is there such a cheap thing in this world? If this is okay, I'll also go to the Tao League and kill a few people. Anyway, I'll just pay for it when the time comes. We have plenty of things. Just what the flood which gave us is enough for us to pay for it a few thousand times. Then, Dad, Mom, you must be careful. Why don't you ask Grandpa to go with you? It's more reassuring to have a great expert like him with you. Zhuo Xiaoduo said, actually, since we're here, we can say that we're back in our territory. I can go back by myself and wait for you guys to finish your work. Let's meet again in Fenghai. There's also Sister Nian. Let's reunite as a family in Fenghai. Alright. Wu Yuting said, since that's the case, you can go back by yourself. When we come back, we'll call your Sister Nian. Our family will reunite in Fenghai. Alright, it's settled then. Hurry up and contact grandfather. At the back of the battlefield, countless soldiers of the astral souls were also using similar methods to create a no-fly zone. The three of them watched for a long time, their hearts filled with an indescribable feeling. It was sour and astringent, but warm. Today, a wisp of heroic spirit would be tomorrow's great wall. At this time, on this side of the battlefield where flesh and blood were flying everywhere, this sentence was displayed in the most thorough and extreme way. The reason why I hate the numbness at the back and feel indifferent to the life and death of those lives is because of this, because of these people. Zhuo Chenglu looked down at those soldiers of the astral souls who calmly faced death and integrated their lives, souls, and bodies into the past to communicate with the power of the stars to create a no-fly zone. They used all that they had left to protect the people of their country behind them. But were the people they protected worth their efforts? Zhuo Chenglu's voice was full of respect. Many times, I really feel that it's not worth it for them. Zhuo Xiaoduo was silent. He only felt that his heart was heavy. However, this was a problem of human nature and society. Even if it was an immortal, even if it was the number one person of the human race, the minister-inspector of heaven, he couldn't change it. The root of the evil was always there. How could it be changed by human strength? After a long time, Zhuo Xiaoduo said, it's because of the evil and filth that the sacrifice at this moment highlights kindness and loyalty. That's right. Zhuo Chenglu patted his son on the shoulder and smiled. This sentence is very profound. The family didn't discuss this issue anymore. The more they talked about it, the heavier it became. After a long time, the family recalled that it seemed that this was the only time they talked about the filth and ugliness of human nature. After leaving the Sun-Moon Pass, the couple put down Zhuo Xiaoduo and turned to leave with the wind without hesitation. In the air. Why didn't you tell our son about Teacher Qin? I thought about it for a long time. It's not appropriate for us to tell him. Sigh. After telling him, there's no way to comfort or relieve him. If we comfort our son, it will seem that we're heartless. If we don't comfort him, we'll only feel more reluctant. No matter what, Xiaoduo must go to the capital this time. It's imperative. Not only must we take revenge, but it must be done by Xiaoduo. What's more, Xiaoduo will definitely not be able to let go in front of us. When it's time to let the child do things independently, we must let go as much as possible. Zhuo Chenglu said deeply, he now has his own circle. In addition to his own circle, he needs a circle with him as the backbone. And this circle, we can't interfere or influence, no matter what identity or position we have. Wu Yuting sighed and nodded. She naturally understood that her husband's words made sense, but as a mother, she couldn't help it. Don't worry. Yunduo is there, and his grandfather hasn't really gone far. He has been secretly following him. There won't be any real danger on this trip. Zhuo Chenglu smiled, let's go and finish our business first, and then go to Xiaoduo. She must be eager to get news about Xiaoduo. Okay. The husband and wife turned into the wind and left. On the other side, Zhuo Xiaoduo was walking quickly on his way back. Although he was anxious to return home, his mood was a rare joy. Along the way, his emotions were surging, and he almost wanted to sing a song. His parents had just given him half of the big pot of Jiuxiao spirit water that they had just received. These were all needed. They had to be used to the maximum in every realm. They had to be constantly compressed and refined. This was a huge amount of resources. Not only him, but Nian Nian Cat, Swollen, Wanli Xiu, Long Yusheng, and the others. It was enough. How many IOUs should I ask them to give me? Zhuo Xiaoduo calculated that if he collected all the debts, his net worth seemed to be enough to monopolize the 3 continents. On the way back, Zhuo Xiaoduo thought about the identity of his parents the most. Zhuo Xiaoduo had long felt that the identity of his parents might be very complicated, but he didn't expect that the reality was more complicated than he thought. The demon ancestor is actually my grandfather. TSK. The demon ancestor is a real top figure in the astral souls continent. He's from the same era as the Sky Inspector Minister and the Star-Plucking Emperor. My father is the demon ancestor's son-in-law, and my mother is the demon ancestor's daughter. That means he's only 1 generation younger than the Sky Inspector Minister and the Emperor, which means he's from the same generation as the left and right heavenly kings. Then, he shouldn't be completely unknown, right? This is absolutely impossible. What's even stranger is that my grandfather seems to be very afraid of my father. This is really strange. How can there be a father-in-law afraid of his son-in-law? It's more like it the other way around. Then, my father is very likely to be a super big figure. But how big is he? Well, my surname is Zhuo, my father's surname is Zhuo, and the Sky Inspector Minister's surname is Zhuo. Then, could my father be the minister's son or nephew? Regardless of seniority, identity, background, and origin, it's a better explanation for the current situation. Zhuo Xiaoduo was very happy. I'm actually a 2nd generation, or at least a 3rd generation. And a super 2nd generation, or even a super 3rd generation. Sigh. What a failure. I could have just been a salted fish waiting to die, winning my life without doing anything. No one in the continent would have dared to provoke me, but I had to fight to become the world's top genius. Well, it's the same as relying on my face, talent, and hard work when I could have won my life without doing anything. Actually, I feel that this sentence is really talking about me. I'm really a genius, a great genius, and I'm so hardworking. At the same time, I'm also a handsome guy, a very handsome guy. Zhuo Xiaoduo's body was light as a feather. He had basically confirmed it now, so he didn't ask in front of his parents. The key point is clear. I'll know the truth when I investigate later. You still want to lie to me? You've been lying to me since I was young. Do I have parents like you? Besides, if you told me earlier, I wouldn't have just been a salted fish waiting to die. I'm so outstanding, so hardworking, and so handsome. How can I be a salted fish? Sigh. Speaking of which, being a salted fish is really comfortable. If I had a choice, I'd really like to be a salted fish since I was young, winning my life without doing anything. Just thinking about it makes me crazy. But after cultivating all the way till now, it seems that I can't do that anymore. It's really frustrating. I've already become a heaven's pride, and my ability is too great. The greater the ability, the greater the responsibility, and the stronger the enemies I'll face. I'm already so outstanding, and my ability is too great. Instead, I'm lacking something. So, I'm destined to face stronger enemies in the future. Isn't this forcing me to continue to become stronger quickly? Oh my gosh. My salted fish dream. It's getting farther and farther away. Nian Mao. Hurry up and let me stroke you to mend my broken heart. Now, only stroking a cat can make me happy. But this cat is not the cat I used to be. Zhuo Xiaoduo was smiling happily and sighing at the same time. No one knew whether it was because his wish came true or because whoever he thought of would come true. crumbling old buildings, digging through thunder and breaking through steel. His cell phone rang. Zhuo Xiaoduo saw that it was not his dear wife, Nian Mao. Naturally, he picked it up without hesitation and said in a sweet voice, Nian Mao, meow meow. Zhuo Xiaonian's voice was heard, shit. Where are you now? Where are mom and dad? I've passed the Sun-Moon Pass and am on my way back. Mom and dad have something else to do. Dad said that he'll find us when he's done. Do you want to come to Fenghai or do you want me to go to Shangjing? He. Nian Mao, let me tell you. Zhuo Xiaoduo was exultant. Zhuo Xiaonian's voice was very low, you're so happy. Hey, there's something. Zhuo Xiaoduo sensed that something was wrong. He was stunned and asked, what's wrong? There's something. Zhuo Xiaonian's voice was sad, promise me first, Xiaoduo, you must stay calm. Begging for monthly votes. Chapter 1089. What's the matter? Don't scare me. Zhuo Xiaoduo felt his heart pounding. An ominous premonition suddenly surged in his heart. His face gradually turned pale. Is it swollen, Long Yusheng, or? It's none of them. Zhuo Xiaonian said in a low voice, it's Teacher Qin. Teacher Qin. Zhuo Xiaoduo suddenly felt his mind go blank and empty. He only heard his own voice ask mechanically, which Teacher Qin Fangyang? What happened to him? Zhuo Xiaonian's voice seemed to come from the horizon. Teacher Qin. Passed away. Passed away. At this moment, Zhuo Xiaoduo clearly felt a sudden explosion in his heart. His entire heart was blown to pieces. It was as if the entire universe had exploded in front of his eyes. Teacher Qin passed away. He muttered to himself. Suddenly, he flew into a rage and said sternly, nonsense. How could Teacher Qin die? Zhuo Xiaonian's weak voice sounded faintly. It's true. As Zhuo Xiaonian recounted, Zhuo Xiaoduo felt as if his whole body had no strength to support it. His hand loosened and the phone fell to the ground with a bang. Zhuo Xiaonian's voice was still coming from the phone. However, Zhuo Xiaoduo didn't want to listen anymore. He squatted on the ground and hugged his head tightly with both hands. His whole body was curled up, and he only felt a roar in his head. He couldn't think about anything, and he didn't have any ability to think. His body was cold. Suddenly, he felt that this spring day was bone-chilling. His mind was grotesque. Only Qin Fangyang's image was left in his mind, flashing back and forth. In Phoenix City's No. 2 high school, Qin Fangyang stood in front of him. If you dare to touch my student, I'll fuck your whole family. That voice was resolute and decisive, and it still rang in his ears. Phoenix's head turned back. Qin Fangyang turned into a sword light and descended from the sky. Xiaoduo, you're here too. During class, his body was like a burning candle that soared into the sky. He sacrificed himself to forge the heart of the sword for his students. On the day of He Yuanyue's death, the disheartened Qin Fangyang's lonely back. After the incident at the Starlight Mountain Range, Qin Fangyang came to the Hidden Dragon High School. His meticulous hairstyle, well-ironed suit, and clean appearance were filled with an air of pride for his students. You are my student. How can I not want you? It was as if Qin Fangyang was standing right in front of him with a warm smile on his face. But now, you're telling me that Teacher Qin is dead? Ah, Zhuo Xiaoduo hugged his head and growled in a low voice. Had the adorable, amiable, and respectable teacher Qin Fangyang left him forever? How did he die? Who killed him? Zhuo Xiaoduo let out a crazy roar and jumped up from the ground. His entire body turned into a stream of light and sped into the sky. He flew madly in the direction of Shangjing, sparing no effort and risking his life along the way. Along the way, he created a long black hole. Zhuo Xiaoduo circulated his true qi and burned his qi and blood, forgetting everything else. He only had one thought, to hurry to the place where teacher Qin had passed away. Even when Zhuo Xiaoduo was being chased by countless experts, he wasn't this reckless. His speed at this moment surpassed all the previous times. Zhuo Xiaoduo's eyes turned red as he ran. No matter who killed teacher Qin, I'll make you pay with blood. Blood for blood. Teacher Qin, your heroic spirit is not far away. Your student is here. Your Xiaoduo is here. Over at Fenghai, because there was no news from Zhuo Xiaoduo, Li Chenglong's patience finally ran out 2 days ago. He issued an order for all members to undergo a death training. A small team with Zhuo Xiaoduo as the core. Li Chenglong, Long Yusheng, Wan Li Xiu, Yu Moyan, Li Changming, Gao Qiao, Dugu Yan, Pai Yibao, Yu Yan, Xiang Chong, and Xiang Bing were all assigned a death mission without exception. If they didn't break through to the profound returning realm, they were not allowed to return. For this training, go wherever the danger is. If you don't achieve your goal, you will automatically leave the team and will no longer be a member of our team. Li Chenglong gave the order to fight to the death. There's been no news from Zhuo for so long. The whole continent is looking for him, but there's not a single trace of him. I'm afraid. He's dead. There are too few people who can do this so silently. So, if we want to take revenge for Zhuo, there's a high chance that we will face the top figures of the 3 continents. So, we have to become stronger quickly. We can't help with major matters because our cultivation is too shallow. We can't do much, but it's very embarrassing. Very embarrassing. Then we have to make up for it with the greatest courage and improvement. Everyone, go out and train. Fight. If you have connections to go to the battlefield, go to the battlefield directly. Li Chenglong quickly explained the current situation and pointed out the goal of this experience. Then, he didn't speak any more nonsense. He went out to experience the experience alone and disappeared without a trace. Everyone else also plunged into the vast wilderness. The only one who was more accountable was Jinpia Piao. She officially asked for leave from the school and went out to train, but in the blink of an eye, her whereabouts were unknown. During class, when Xingtian looked at the half-empty classroom and was stunned for a long time. Meng Zhangjun, Hao Han, and the other students sitting in the classroom were also stunned. Everyone was in the same batch of students, and they were also known as geniuses in the beginning. However, they had only been in high martial arts for a short period of time, and the gap between them had been completely widened. Even Jinpia Piao and the others had reached the peak of the royal god realm, but they were still struggling bitterly in the cloud transformation realm. When they saw Jinpia Piao leave the classroom without any reluctance to leave their middle school classmates, and went out to train without hesitation that she didn't even say a word. Meng Zhangjun was dumbfounded. During this period, he had been with Hao Han every day, training, fighting, and sparring. He clearly felt that he had made a lot of progress. But now it seemed. Meng Zhangjun was horrified to find that he seemed to have unknowingly stepped onto an evil path that he had looked down on before. When did I start to be jealous of Zhuo Xiaoduo? And when did I start to feel enmity and even hatred towards Zhuo Xiaoduo? At the beginning, we were clearly good friends who sincerely admired each other. From the appreciation of each other during the Central Plains tournament to the harmonious relationship during the Hidden Dragon High School. But when did I start to separate myself from that team? Jinpia Piao was becoming colder and more indifferent to me. It should be because she could feel the lust and desire in my heart, as well as the evil thoughts towards Zhuo Xiaoduo. Li Chenglong probably didn't accept me for the same reason. But I never wanted it to be like this. Hao Han came up to him from the side. Boss, it seems like Jinpia Piao went to find Zhuo Xiaoduo. But Zhuo Xiaoduo went missing this time, and for such a long time, it might be your chance. If he died outside, your chance. Hao Han seemed to sigh. Zhuo Xiaoduo should have been secretly killed by someone. Meng Zhangjuan's gaze turned back from the door, and his scattered and complicated thoughts were also retracted. Then, his eyes, his line of sight, suddenly stopped dead on Hao Han's face. Died outside? Zhuo Xiaoduo was the co-leader of our group, our common boss. How could you say that he died outside so easily? How could you say that? Even if Pia Piao likes him and doesn't like me, it's just a personal choice. I never wanted Zhuo Xiaoduo to die. I want him to come back safely. It's not for anything else, just because Zhuo Xiaoduo is now the flag of the Hidden Dragon High School. He is also the common boss that everyone in the 4 grades accepts wholeheartedly. He's the core and soul of our generation. Who would want him to die? Who would dare to want him to die? Hao Han, how could you say that? Meng Zhongjun suddenly felt a chill in his heart. He looked at Hao Han, who was as tall and sturdy as usual. His curly beard had already begun to take shape. His face was rough and carefree, as if he didn't care about anything. However, Meng Zhongjun suddenly felt that this face, which he had seen since he was young, was inexplicably unfamiliar. Meng Zhongjun's gaze was very strange, as if he was looking at a maggot. Ever since the genius team was established in the garrison shop, Hao Han's popularity had always been the worst in the team. As for himself, the captain of the garrison shop, he had always followed him, but he was the second worst in the entire team. Zhen Pia Piao and Pai Yibao were the most popular in the team. Pai Yibao, in particular, was always cheerful with everyone. He could communicate with everyone happily. Only towards Hao Han, he was the complete opposite of cold. Meng Zhongjun only thought that the two of them were born to be at odds with each other, so he didn't think too deeply about it. After all, his popularity wasn't very good, and he rarely talked to Pai Yibao. However, now that he thought about it, there were many seemingly inconspicuous conflicts that he didn't understand the reason for. However, deep down, Hao Han was the factor that instigated them, and even the hostility. Fights with outsiders. When did he start to resent Zhuo Xiaoduo? It seemed to be from that time when Hao Han specially came over to tell him that Zhen Pia Piao had taken a fancy to Zhuo Xiaoduo. Zhuo Xiaoduo clearly had a fiancé, but he still flirted with women. He was a scumbag. It was probably from that time that his thoughts started to deviate. It was also from that time that he gradually drifted apart from Zhuo Xiaoduo, Li Chenglong, and the others and went their separate ways. Meng Zhongjun suddenly came to a realization. There had always been such a despicable person who sowed discord by his side. He clearly looked like a straightforward person, but who would have thought that such a burly and heroic Hao Han, who looked like he was charging at the front without fear of death, was actually such a despicable person who sowed discord? Hao Han. Meng Zhongjun said leisurely. Boss, please tell me what you need. I'll get it done immediately. Hao Han boorishly expressed his loyalty. He. Meng Zhongjun stood up and walked towards Wen Xingtian's office. I'm going to ask for leave to train. Boss, where are you going? I'll go with you. It's better to train separately. If you force yourself to travel together, it's inevitable that you'll be distracted, and it'll be harder to achieve the best results. Ah. Meng Zhongjun carried his spear and left the classroom. Chapter 1090. Meng Zhongjun looked back and suddenly felt that the atmosphere around him was unprecedentedly relaxed. His eyes were exceptionally clear. The hardest thing to do as a human is to find your own shortcomings and correct them. The second hardest thing to do as a human is to find the villains around you. Hao Han, you are really a good man. You have been by my side for so many years, but I only realized now that my thoughts have always been influenced by you. But, from now on, goodbye. I don't need someone to influence my path at all times, and I don't need someone to sow discord at all times. Meng Zhongjun left the Hidden Dragon High School in an unprecedentedly free and easy manner, heading straight for the wasteland. He threw everything that had happened in the past to the back of his mind. It's over. Hao Han, who was following behind him, looked at Meng Zhongjun's back with eyes full of confusion. His heart was full of confusion. He could clearly feel that Meng Zhongjun had suddenly become unprecedentedly cold and indifferent, creating a barrier that was difficult to get close to. What was going on? The more he thought about it, the more confused he became. Hao Han was not necessarily a bad person. He was just cold by nature and liked to stir up trouble. He was always used to sow discord. His original intention was not to harm people, but the end result was always bad. Naturally, he was abandoned by everyone. This was his nature. There would be such people around everyone. In the world, there were not many of them. Some people would find out, like Meng Zhongjun, and resolutely cut ties with them. But most people would not find out. So there was such a person around him who specialized in causing trouble. Shengjing. Zhou Xiaonian was restlessly pacing back and forth in her room. Normally, Zhou Xiaoduo's reaction was within her expectations. But Zhou Xiaonian was still worried. She did not know what Zhou Xiaoduo's current situation was, and what would he do in the future. Would this news cause too much harm to Zhou Xiaoduo? And how should I comfort him? Zhou Xiaoduo was madly hurrying on with his journey. He did not care about the loss, the cost, and everything else. Zhou Xiaonian was anxiously waiting. She was impatient, anxious, hesitant, helpless. Phoenix City. At He Yuanyue's grave. On this day, Sister Lan came out of the thatched cottage early in the morning. As usual, she took a stick of incense, lit it, and stuck it in front of He Yuanyue's grave. She was about to go back to her room to wash up, which had become a daily habit. Suddenly, she made a sound of surprise and fixed her gaze on the grave. In the middle of a patch of tender green weeds that had just sprouted, there was actually an extremely beautiful flower in full bloom. A flower without leaves was just a flower. A bright red color entered the depths of his eyes. It was a glaring red. The red was so dazzling that people couldn't take their eyes off it, but it also appeared noble and pure, without the slightest bit of impurity. Strands of misty flower silk surrounded the petals. Even the stamen was red. It was as red as blood. However, it also gave people a feeling that it was almost transparent. Sister Lan was stunned. She stood rooted to the ground because she suddenly remembered Zhou Xiaoduo's words. When the red spider lily blooms on the grave, you can leave. Sister Lan looked at the flower and her heart skipped a beat. Last night, she had a dream. She dreamed of He Yuanyue. She looked at her with a smile and said, I'm leaving. Don't be too hard on yourself. Your fate in this life has come to an end. Let's meet again in the next life. After saying that, she turned around and disappeared into the heavy fog. Dreaming of He Yuanyue wasn't a rare thing for Sister Lan. When He Yuanyue had just passed away, she would dream of her old sister who had been with her for decades almost every day. However, the dream last night was so clear that it was as if she had seen and experienced it personally. It was real. As a result, Sister Lan felt that her heart was unusually empty this morning. It was a feeling of no one to turn to. She originally thought that it was groundless worry, but she saw this scene in front of He Yuanyue's grave. Was there no reason? Are you really going this time? Sister Lan looked at the red spider lily swaying gently in the breeze on the grave and fell into a daze. She couldn't help but think of the information about the red spider lily that she had collected after hearing Zhou Xiaoduo's words and the legend of the red spider lily. The red spider lily blooms on the other shore. When the flower blooms, the leaves disappear. On this day, she stood quietly in front of He Yuanyue's grave for a long time. Finally, she sighed softly and bowed. I'm leaving. I won't go back to the Lu family. I'm going to the Sun Moon Pass. You. No matter where you are, 10 years later, if I'm still alive, I'll look for you. I really miss the decades when I was with you. It was full of warmth and warmth. I'll never forget it. Tears slowly fell from her eyes. Take care. Her still graceful body soared into the sky and made a turn in the air. She quietly stayed there for more than a minute before turning into a gust of wind and whizzing away. At the grave, the delicate and beautiful red spider lily swayed gently. On the petals, a drop of sparkling dew slowly slid down. It seemed that Yuanyue was waving goodbye to Sister Lan, wishing her safety and looking forward to the day when they would meet again. When the phoenix turned back, a lonely tombstone gradually went further and further away. Shangjing. In the sky. Shangjing's sky canopy suddenly shattered with a crack, as if a huge sun had suddenly appeared in the sky. Immediately, a ball of heat rushed in and disappeared without a trace. Who? The Shangjing expert in charge of the sky canopy's security suddenly woke up, but he only saw a hole that was only a few centimeters wide. Logically speaking, such a small hole should not be difficult to repair. However, the expert in charge could not repair it even after using all his strength. He had no choice but to call for help. However, after all the people in charge of the sky canopy's security arrived, they still could not do anything after repeated attempts. They had no choice but to ask for help from the Nine Heavens Pavilion. The Nine Heavens Pavilion also sent out a deputy pavilion master before the hole was finally repaired. Who made this? After feeling the scorching aftershock at close range, everyone could not help but feel lingering fear. Such a powerful destructive force caused such damage to the sky canopy. What would happen if it landed on a person? Investigate. Investigate thoroughly. The deputy pavilion master of the Nine Heavens Pavilion, who personally came into contact with the aftershock of the destruction, was also worried. If such a person entered Shangjing, he would be a dangerous person who could cause a big commotion. He could clearly feel the explosive force contained within the damaged hole, as well as the soaring anger and hatred. Even though the person involved had been gone for a long time, he could still clearly feel it from the damage. This was undoubtedly a huge security risk. This was especially true in Shangjing for the first time for astral souls of the human race. There's no need to investigate. A graceful and beautiful figure in white suddenly appeared. It was Baiyun Duo. Greetings, Baiyun Fairy. No need for formalities. Fairy, this. Yes, I said, there's no need to investigate. Baiyun Duo said lightly. Yes, yes. Everyone was sweating profusely and retreated. Obviously, everyone had already realized that the person who came should be related to Supervisor Baiyun Duo. That meant that she was someone with a powerful background. Shangjing, which had just calmed down a little, was about to have a big commotion again. Baiyun Duo stood in the air, looking in a certain direction and frowning slightly. In the end, she still came. In Zhuo Xiaonian's private courtyard. Zhuo Xiaoduo fell straight down like a meteorite. Fortunately, he remembered to restrain his power when he landed. However, the overflowing heat from his fire attribute cultivation body still rose up. Zhuo Xiaonian's spiritual sense was very sharp. She came out immediately and looked at Zhuo Xiaoduo worriedly. Damn it! Xiaoduo, are you okay? Zhuo Xiaoduo took a breath and suppressed his explosive emotions. He tried hard to say softly, I'm fine. He took a step forward and gently hugged Zhuo Xiaonian. He only felt a long-lost calm and warmth rush into his heart. Then, he rested his head on Zhuo Xiaonian's shoulder and quietly leaned on it for a while. This was very unusual for Zhuo Xiaoduo. Usually, whenever Zhuo Xiaoduo saw Zhuo Xiaonian, he would take the initiative to take advantage of her. However, at this moment, Zhuo Xiaoduo was unusually quiet. Zhuo Xiaonian hugged Zhuo Xiaoduo with heartache. She could feel Zhuo Xiaoduo's fatigue and sadness at this moment. She also felt a sense of panic and fear in his heart. Indeed, during the time that Zhuo Xiaoduo was in the UMNO alliance, he was always in a negative state of mind. Even though he was overflowing with joy when he met his parents, that feeling still remained in his heart. It was not a negative feeling that could be eliminated when he was safe. It was a kind of tension that came from the depths of his heart and was on the verge of collapse. And Zhuo Xiaoduo would not show this kind of weakness in front of anyone, even in front of his parents. He could only show it when he was beside Zhuo Xiaonian. It was an extreme feeling of fear and dread. He was worried that he would not be able to see the world, see his parents, and see Nian Mao again. After a few minutes, Zhuo Xiaoduo raised his head and sniffed gently. It smells so good. Humph. Just by hearing this sentence, Zhuo Xiaonian knew that Zhuo Xiaoduo's mood had calmed down. He was at least 40 to 50% of his usual mood. She immediately rolled her eyes at him and said, "Are you done acting like a spoiled child? Come in and talk." Okay. The two of them entered the room. Zhuo Xiaonian skillfully made tea. Zhuo Xiaoduo looked at Zhuo Xiaonian's beautiful figure and became calmer. For a long time, the two of them did not speak. They were deliberately brewing their emotions. The air was so quiet that it was surprisingly quiet. They could only hear each other's breathing, soft and long. Finally, the tea was ready. Zhuo Xiaonian handed over a cup of tea and sat down in front of Zhuo Xiaoduo. "What is the cause of Teacher Qin's death?" Zhuo Xiaoduo asked tiredly in a low voice. In his eyes, there was a hysterical emotion. It was a tyrannical impulse that seemed to want to destroy everything. Zhuo Xiaoduo tried hard to restrain himself. He did not want to show that he had lost control of his emotions in front of Zhuo Xiaonian. But the more he tried to restrain himself, the more violent his emotions became. His fingers trembled slightly. His eyes were bloodshot. Chapter 1091. When he saw Zhuo Xiaonian this time, Zhuo Xiaoduo did not rush to take advantage of her or flirt with her because he was not in a good mood. In addition, the bad news of Qin Fangyang's death made his mood completely fall to the bottom. Zhuo Xiaoduo felt that it was a sin to think about falling in love before taking revenge for Teacher Qin. "I called you many times on the way, but you didn't answer," Zhuo Xiaonian complained. "My phone." Zhuo Xiaoduo remembered that he had lost his phone when he received Zhuo Xiaonian's call. After that, he ran all the way, so how could he think about this trivial matter? "I lost my phone." Zhuo Xiaoduo sighed. "I'll buy a new one later and make up for the number." "Okay." It was too sudden. I forgot everything at that time." Zhuo Xiaoduo leaned back and leaned on the sofa. He only felt that his mind was still in a mess. "What's going on? Tell me in detail." "My mind is in a mess now, and I need to clear my thoughts." Zhuo Xiaoduo held his head. "When I parted with Teacher Qin last time, I knew that he would face a life and death tribulation, but it shouldn't happen now. There must be a reason." Zhuo Xiaoduo muttered to himself. Why did the situation change so suddenly? No matter if it was fate, it shouldn't be like this. On the one hand, he asked Zhuo Xiaonian to speak, but on the other hand, he was muttering to himself. He talked endlessly, saying words that only he could understand. Zhuo Xiaonian knew that Zhuo Xiaoduo's mood was very unstable now. His mind must be in a mess, so she just listened quietly. After a long time, Zhuo Xiaoduo finally stopped talking. He covered his face with both hands and lowered his head, like a defeated puppy, dejected and weak. "Go ahead, I'm listening." This is what happened. Zhuo Xiaonian began to tell the story from the first time Qin Fangyang found her and what happened after that. Zhuo Xiaoduo covered his face as he listened. However, every word that Zhuo Xiaonian said was deeply etched in his heart and he quickly began to analyze it. Dragon sees the vein. Ancestral Dragon Gao Wu. Quota. The reason why Teacher Qin got into trouble this time was because he wanted to get a spot for me. It turns out that this is the root cause of all the disasters. His life trajectory shouldn't have included this trip to the Ancestral Dragon, let alone teaching there. But because of me, he went to the Ancestral Dragon to teach there. He really did everything he could to fight for a spot for me, for my future. Then, because of this, he finally died tragically in the hands of others. Zhuo Xiaoduo quickly analyzed. Later, Mom and Dad came. Then, there was news that the Sky Patrol Minister went to the Ancestral Dragon and dealt with the 4 great clans, who controlled the Ancestral Dragon Gao Wu and dragons seize the vein. Zhuo Xiaonian had the same suspicions in her heart. She suspected the true identity of her parents. After all, she had heard the news that her grandfather was the Devil Ancestor, a top powerhouse of the astral souls. If her grandfather was the Devil Ancestor, then who were her parents? Although Zhuo Xiaonian did not have high-level connections, she had asked Bai Yun Fairy, but Bai Yun Duo was naturally evasive and vague. This situation made Zhuo Xiaonian more and more suspicious. When the Sky Patrol Minister went to the Ancestral Dragon, I was with Mom. Dad was not there. Zhuo Xiaonian looked at Zhuo Xiaoduo with her clear eyes. She believed that if she said this, the meaning behind her words could not be more obvious. Unfortunately, Zhuo Xiaoduo's thoughts were not on this at all. The minister went to the Ancestral Dragon and dealt with the 4 great clans, but the whole thing ended just like that? What happened to the 4 great clans now? Only these 4 clans participated in the Ancestral Dragon Gao Wu and dragons seize the vein? I don't believe it. The Dragons Seize the Vein is a major event that has lasted for tens of thousands of years. How can it be completely controlled by just a few clans that have thousands of years of history? How can they control the matter so meticulously and meticulously? There are almost no flaws. Who is the real murderer who killed Teacher Qin? Did you find out? No. But what's the use of dealing with the 4 great clans like this? What's the point? Killing the chicken to warn the monkey? Zhuo Xiaoduo removed his hands from his face and glared, no matter which clan killed Teacher Qin, I want them to pay with their blood and pay a heavy price. This time, I won't ask who is right and who is wrong. The so-called justice has nothing to do with me. It doesn't matter if it's innocent or inhumane. Karma has its basis, and retribution is mine. Zhuo Xiaoduo's voice was low and deep. Every word was like dripping blood. I want to avenge Teacher Qin. Anyone who is involved in this matter must pay the price. The price of blood, the price of life. If I don't avenge this, I, Zhuo Xiaoduo, am not a human. Zhuo Xiaonian looked at him worriedly. I have seriously thought about this matter. As you said, the Dragons Seize the Vein has been going on for tens of thousands of years. Especially in a place like Shangjing, the interests involved are not limited to just 1 or 2 clans, let alone 3 or 5 people. If all of this is really revealed, I'm afraid the entire empire will be thrown into a huge uproar. Zhuo Xiaonian said, the reason why the minister left after dealing with the 4 great clans, perhaps. Perhaps it's because he didn't want to make the situation too much and get out of hand. After all, Shangjing is the core of the entire Yanwu Empire. It's also the heart of the entire Astral Souls continent. At this moment, a figure flashed and Bai Yun Duo appeared in the room. She said softly, Xiao Duo, everyone understands your desire for revenge. This is something to be blamed for. However, this matter shouldn't involve too many people. The minister. Although His Excellency has dealt with the 4 great clans, he has only convicted them. He hasn't killed anyone yet. He has already left a channel for you to vent your anger. In Shangjing, there are too many implications. If you really want to make a move, it will easily affect the safety of the continent and the well-being of the world. Bai Yun Duo sighed softly. Zhuo Xiaoduo smiled coldly and said indifferently, the safety of the continent and the well-being of the world. What a big hat. If I ignore it and still insist on doing things my own way, wouldn't that be my fault? Bai Yunduo's expression changed slightly. She said softly, that's not what I meant. I just hope that Xiao Duo can consider the whole situation and not be too extreme. Zhuo Xiaoduo smiled and said coldly, so what if I'm extreme? Even if there are thousands of reasons, my teacher only has 1 life. When have I, Zhuo Xiaoduo, ever been someone who cares about the big picture? I'm just an insignificant person who must take revenge. The safety of the continent and the well-being of the world, whoever wants to take care of it can. What does it have to do with me? If I can't take revenge, I will die here. What does the world have to do with a dead person like me? If I can get my revenge, then it's only natural and reasonable. They killed my teacher for their own selfish interests, so they should pay the price. Since they don't care about the people of the world, why should the people of the world protect them? Is there such a logic in this world? Fuck, I've already said that I don't care about justice and reason. What logic is there to talk about? Bah! Zhuo Xiaoduo tilted his head and spat. He said disdainfully, fuck them. Those who have nothing to lose are not afraid of those who wear shoes. Even if they are guilty, they were the ones who committed the crime first and ignored it first. Since they don't care, why should I care? Do I look like a righteous person who serves the country and the people? Do I look like a great hero? Whoever wants to stop me from taking revenge can step over my dead body. It's not too late to be righteous. Zhuo Xiaoduo gritted his teeth and growled in a low voice. His eyes were bloodshot. Now, how many days has it been? It's been 3 days. Ha! Zhuo Xiaoduo took a deep breath. When he closed his eyes, he could still see Qin Fangyang's straight figure standing in front of him, smiling at him. Just like in the past. It was a fleeting memory, but it made Zhuo Xiaoduo feel as if his heart was being cut by a knife. The next moment, he opened his eyes abruptly and said lightly, those 4 families. Where are they now? Other than those who have been imprisoned, the rest of them said that they were looking for Qin Fangyang. But in reality, they were breaking up their families' businesses and spreading them out as much as possible to prepare for their evacuation from Shangjing. Under the orders of the minister, the merits and titles of these families have all been stripped. Within the 9 generations of the family, 10 generations are not allowed to participate in politics or get involved in the hierarchy of power. Those who participated in the erasure of the evidence have been imprisoned and will be punished according to the law. Thousands of years of glory have turned to nothing. But the rest of them have to make preparations for their future. Bai Yunduo said softly. She sighed. The punishment is not enough. It's far from enough. Zhuo Xiaoduo said lightly, everyone in their families has benefited from their family background. How can they be innocent? Teacher Qin is dead, but they can live. What I want to do is to take revenge. Complete and utter revenge. I will take revenge until the end. Zhuo Xiaoduo said. I'll help you. Zhuo Xiaonian said firmly. Okay. Bai Yunduo coughed. She was speechless and did not know what to say for a moment. Zhuo Xiaonian, sister of the Zhuo family, aren't you indulging him too much? Even if there is no turning back, let Lu Duo do it alone. If you stay behind, you can stand up at the critical moment to balance the situation and have room for a buffer. But not only did you not say a word to dissuade him, you even took the initiative to participate. Isn't that adding fuel to the fire? Master Bai. Zhuo Xiaonian said apologetically, this is a family matter between us siblings. Just let the 2 of us do it. Bai Yunduo complained in her heart. What do you mean by just the 2 of you do it? Just the 2 of you. Was this considered an eviction order? But if either one of you is involved, I have to stand with you. What's more, both of you are involved together. How can I not be involved? You really know how to joke. Okay, I know. Bai Yunduo disappeared in a flash. This matter had developed to this point, and the Zhuo siblings had such an attitude towards him. No matter how he looked at it, it was not appropriate for him to make any moves on the surface. It was better for him to observe and protect them in the dark. Who is this? Zhuo Xiaoduo did not know Bai Yunduo. He had actually seen Bai Yunduo before. But whether it was the Bai Yunduo who sat with him for dinner or the Bai Yunduo who pointed out the location of the jade powder of the astral souls at the gate, she did not look the same as she did now. It was another way of saying that they did not know each other when they met. This is the supervisor, Baiyun Fairy. Zhou Xiaonian lowered her voice, she is also the legendary Chief Inspector of the mainland. Wife of the King of Zuolu. Hiss. Zhou Xiaoduo instinctively took a breath. Just now, he thought she was Nian Nian Cat's colleague, so he talked nonsense. But he did not expect her to be such a big shot. He spoke so confidently just now, but he did not care about morality and justice. Would she be prejudiced against him because of this? But then he straightened his chest and felt that he was full of confidence again. He said mysteriously, Nian Nian Cat, I'll tell you something. Don't be too surprised. Hee hee. I also have something to tell you. Hee hee. I'm going to tell you about our grandfather. You must not know, right? He's our mother's father. Zhou Xiaoduo put on an, I'm going to tell you a big secret, look. I'm going to tell you about our grandfather too. Zhou Xiaonian was stunned. Our grandfather is the demon ancestor. Zhou Xiaoduo was excited. That's it. I already knew about it. Zhou Xiaonian became more and more disinterested. I wanted to scare him and give him a surprise at the same time. The puppy's biggest wish in life was to become the second generation. He wanted to be arrogant and domineering. He wanted to live a carefree life and win without doing anything. Now, there was finally such a big surprise. This guy actually knew about it long ago. Sister Nian, you have to know that our grandfather is the demon ancestor. Zhou Xiaoduo snorted and stood up. This time, I'm going to avenge my master, Qin Fangyang. Let's see who dares to stop me. If you can't beat them, I'll use my grandfather's name. Whoever dares to stop me will be the enemy of the astral souls, the pinnacle of the human race, the demon ancestor. I'm just asking you, are you scared? Zhou Xiaonian swallowed her words. Baiyun Duo, who was eavesdropping on them, was speechless. Both of them know about it. Master and mistress, I'm afraid you can't hide your identities for long. Also. This brat's words, there's a high chance that he's actually saying them to me. What does he mean by using my grandfather's name, the demon ancestor, if anyone dares to stop me? This sentence clearly has a hidden meaning. It's a perfect plan. The few words that he had said earlier had obviously made this brat fearful. Unfortunately, his status was high enough, so this brat couldn't wait to reveal his grandfather's identity. That means one. So what if you're the king of Zuolu? So what if you're the chief inspector of the continent? My grandfather, the demon ancestor, is the pinnacle of the continent. He can suppress your existence. Let's see if you dare to stop me. Baiyun Duo, who understood this, didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Junior brother, you misunderstood. I'm just reminding you based on my status. No matter what you want to do, no matter what you do, we'll stand on your side. You think too much. After drinking a cup of tea, Zhou Xiaoduo and Zhou Xiaonian didn't feel bored. They went out and wandered around Shangjing City like an ordinary young couple. They went to the mall and bought the most expensive cell phones. They bought a few at once, one for their own use and the others as backups. Faced with the admiring eyes of the salesgirl, Zhou Xiaoduo really wanted to show off his tens of billions, just like in some novels. Unfortunately, she couldn't see it when she swiped her card. Then, the two of them strolled around some luxury shops. Zhou Xiaoduo imitated the domineering CEOs in TV dramas and ordered the shops to close. Under the envious and jealous gazes of countless people, Zhou Xiaoduo pointed at all the women's clothes on the wall. This one. This one. This one. I don't want these three. Pack up the rest. This wall, this wall, this wall. Wrap it all up for me. This. I don't want them. I want the rest. He didn't put them into his space ring. He just asked the salesperson to pile them up outside the door. He called a large truck that weighed dozens of tons and prepared to deliver the goods to his house. He was very addicted to being a nouveau riche. He was unscrupulous and crazy. It was amazing. It was a pity that the scene of another tall, rich, and handsome man coming up to slap him in the face didn't happen. Instead, the two of them arrogantly held hands and strolled around the shops one by one. Swipe my card. They bought more and more things. Bai Yunduo, who was secretly watching, covered her face with her hands. She felt so ashamed that she couldn't show her face to anyone. As for Lei Changtian, who had been hiding in the sky and following them for a long time, his face was distorted and extremely ferocious. Was it necessary? Was it necessary to use such an unsophisticated way to show off your wealth and announce your arrival to the whole of Shangjing City? They didn't realize that whether it was Zhuo Xiaoduo, who was squandering money like water, or Zhuo Xiaonian, who was following them all the way, they both had a satisfied look on their faces. No, it should be the kind of expression that was more satisfied than satisfaction when one's wish was fulfilled. Zhuo Xiaoduo's heart was filled with a kind of happy expression of finally getting what one's wish was fulfilled. Zhuo Xiaonian also had a contented and happy expression on his face, as if he was consoling himself for his whole life. A trace of memory flashed through the eyes of both of them. That was more than 10 years ago. A little boy of 6 or 7 years old said to a little girl of 8 or 9 years old, "Sister Nian Nian, when I have money one day, I'll buy all the good things in Shangjing for you. I don't want anything that isn't the best." "Okay, okay. When the time comes, I'll buy all the branded shops and give them to you." "Okay, okay. Now, today, at this very moment." Zhuo Xiaoduo was using the most childish and direct method to fulfill his childish promise. And Zhuo Xiaonian was very childishly following Zhuo Xiaoduo. She watched as her man fulfilled all the promises he had made in his life. Even if it was a child's promise, he was still fulfilling it seriously and meticulously. Here, there, buy it. Buy it all. I want all the best. Don't give me anything that isn't the best. Zhuo Xiaoduo continued to throw money around as if it were money. Zhuo Xiaonian narrowed her eyes and followed him. She just followed him and didn't say a word to dissuade him. At this point, the so-called worldly money had long been meaningless to them. However, what Zhuo Xiaonian was enjoying at this moment was the happiness and satisfaction of fulfilling the promise of the past. After today, the whole of Shangjing might turn into a slaughterhouse and a blood pool purgatory because of her man. Perhaps, today was the only time left for the two of them to have a peaceful moment. Such a crazy way of buying goods and the actions of a nouveau riche quickly caused a sensation. Countless people were watching with envy, jealousy, and hatred. Especially the single dogs, when they saw Zhuo Xiaonian's beauty, they were so envious that their intestines were swollen. They wanted nothing more than to replace her, but unfortunately, they couldn't compare to a certain someone's wealth. Countless people were taking photos and immediately posted them on the internet. Naturally, there were countless comments. The actions of the two people instantly dominated the top of the trending searches. A certain man spent a lot of money for the woman he liked. No, this was not just spending a lot of money, but hundreds of millions of dollars. He crazily bought all the big stores in Shangjing. Was it the distortion of human nature or the decay of morality that made him spend so much money? I know why I can't find such a beautiful girlfriend. It's because I can't act like a nouveau riche. The difference between me and the nouveau riche can't be seen on the surface. The difference is in that invisible card. The difference between me and the nouveau riche can't be seen with the naked eye. The nouveau riche can get such a beautiful girl, but I can't. How is he a nouveau riche? He's clearly a godly nouveau riche. Mom, I finally saw a godly nouveau riche today. This can't be described as rich. Of course, he's a godly nouveau riche. Kneel down and worship him. I don't envy the nouveau riche's money. I only envy the nouveau riche's girlfriend. A tsunami gradually formed on the internet. The nouveau riche bought goods in Yanjing. It was Zhuo Xiaoduo wearing sunglasses. The corner of his mouth revealed a cold and confident smile as he handed over a shiny card. The photo was accompanied by the caption, "Swipe my card." Besides Zhuo Xiaoduo was Zhuo Xiaonian's breathtakingly beautiful face. She was smiling sweetly and her face was full of happiness and sweetness. Her two small hands were hugging one of Zhuo Xiaoduo's arms. She was full of satisfaction. Behind them was a whole street of luxury goods piled up like a mountain. They were piled up like garbage and ready to be loaded into a car. Ah! I'm jealous, I'm jealous. Sob, sob, sob. I feel like my life is going to be dark from now on. I've received a double blow today. Not only am I poor, but I'm also a single dog. I have a girlfriend, but I can't compare with other people's girlfriends. The one above, come out. How dare you come out with your real name? Go home. Ha ha ha. Hidden Dragon High Martial Arts. When Xingtian, Yi Changqing, and the others saw the photo in the trending searches and instantly felt relieved. The sadness, loss, and worry that filled their hearts earlier all disappeared. What replaced it was only gnashing their teeth and hatred that seeped into their bones. Looking at the news, everyone felt their hands itching to hit that handsome face of his that deserved a beating no matter where he was wearing sunglasses. This kid was really asking for a beating. They really wanted to give him a beating. When he comes back, they'll settle this score. Phoenix City. Hu Ruoyun looked at the trending searches and couldn't help but laugh. Hubby, come and look at this kid. I'm so happy. Li Changjiang hurried over and couldn't help but burst out laughing. Isn't this Zhuo Xiaoduo? He's so rich. This kid is really a man of his word. He told me that this was a promise to his sister Nian. I didn't think that there would be a day when he would actually act on it. This kid is actually a nouveau riche. This. Hu Ruoyun gritted her teeth. No, when he comes back, I must beat him up. He made me worry for nothing. I want to beat him up too. Li Changjiang rubbed his hands together. Hu Ruoyun snorted. You should save your strength to beat up your own son. What? Li Changjiang suddenly became nervous. Ruoyun. What do you mean? Are you saying? You are pregnant? Li Changjiang's eyes widened. He forcefully suppressed his excitement and asked anxiously. Yes, I didn't come this month, so I should be pregnant. Hu Ruoyun rubbed her belly. Wow! Li Changjiang jumped high. Really, really? That's great, ha ha ha. Lower your voice. I don't want to. I finally have my own child. Ha ha ha. Ruoyun, thank you, ha ha ha. Li Changjiang paced back and forth in the room as if he was about to go crazy. He wanted to hug his wife and spin a few rounds, but he didn't dare to because he was afraid of hurting the child. Look at your silly face. Hu Ruoyun smiled happily. If the child grows up and can be as outstanding as Xiaoduo. Definitely more outstanding than him. Ha! I don't dare to think about that. Hu Ruoyun said proudly, our family's Xiaoduo is the #1 genius of the 3 continents, a peerless genius. As long as our child can keep up with Xiaoduo, I'll be satisfied. Li Changjiang hugged his wife gently. He said carefully and satisfactorily, I didn't think that far, because I'm already satisfied now. Shangjing. Ancestral Dragon High Martial Arts. Ding Rulan's body stiffened as she looked at the photos on the hot search list. She should have been surprised by the handsome young man's face, but now she only felt weak all over. He's here. As the person who understood the relationship between Qin Fangyang and Zhuo Xiaoduo the most, Ding Rulan knew better than anyone else why Zhuo Xiaoduo appeared in the capital at this moment. Without a doubt, he was here for revenge. Qin Fangyang died with hatred, and Zhuo Xiaoduo appeared in the capital. From the arrogant smile on Zhou Xiaoduo's face with sunglasses, Ding Rulan could clearly see a hint of cruelty from the corner of his mouth. The mouth that was laughing arrogantly was like the gate of hell that had been opened. The hand that was handing out the bank card was about to cause a huge wave of blood. I can't believe he came here alone. Ancestral Dragon Gao Wu. Ding Rulan took a deep breath and quietly left the office. She left Ancestral Dragon Gao Wu and went all the way to the martial arts department. There was no need for Ding Rulan to come. Minister Ding was also looking at the photos on the hot search list with a serious expression. The real bloody storm is coming. There's no way to avoid it, it's unavoidable. Then Minister Ding started to communicate. Everyone above the profound returning realm, gather. I'll personally lead the team. Countless people secretly guessed, is Minister Ding trying to stop Zhou Xiaoduo from taking revenge? But is there a need for so many people? Little did they know that Minister Ding only had one thought in his mind, everyone can die, but nothing can happen to Zhou Xiaoduo. In the whole of Shangjing, other than Bai Yunduo and the demon ancestor, only Minister Ding knew about Zhou Xiaoduo's true identity. The son of the Sky Patrol Minister. That's really. Even if Shangjing was gone, nothing can happen to this kid. Minister Ding's palms were sweating. This brat is too daring. He came here alone. There were also a few clans who were looking at this photo cautiously. This is Qin Fangyang's student. The rumored Zhou Xiaoduo. The new prodigy of the continent. At this time, he suddenly appeared in Shangjing and wantonly spent money. What is he trying to do? Watch closely. That night, the entire internet was flooded by this photo. It was a photo of Zhou Xiaoduo wearing sunglasses. Countless people faintly felt that this handsome face, which was enough to enter the dreams of all young girls, was clearly smiling, but his eyes and eyebrows were constantly revealing a coldness that made everyone feel cold. Cruel. It was as if the eyes behind the sunglasses had been released from the eyes that were covered by them to devour the world. Hell was empty, and the Demon King had come to the human world, that afternoon, in the evening. 3 large carriages, carrying luxury goods worth tens of billions, set off in a mighty manner towards Phoenix City. Zhou Xiaoduo and Zhou Xiaonian did not keep any of these things after going crazy. They sent all of them back to their alma mater. Phoenix City's second high school. As for the school in Shangjing, Zhou Xiaoduo did not even think about it. Now, I believe the whole world already knows about your arrival. Your advertisement fee is not cheap. Zhou Xiaonian looked at Zhou Xiaoduo. Zhou Xiaoduo smiled and said softly, I have to fulfill every promise I made to you. Zhou Xiaonian's face turned red. She lowered her head and tried to use a fierce tone to say, if you can't do it, I'll beat you. I'll throw you bungee jumping. Humph. Ha ha ha. My childhood wish has been fulfilled, and the news has been released. They should all know that I'm here. It's almost evening. It's a moonless and windy night, a day of murder and arson. Zhou Xiaoduo laughed loudly, let's go. Tonight, I'll have a good look at the so-called big families in Shangjing. How can they cover the sky with one hand? Let's go. Zhou Xiaoduo looked up at the sky and said lightly, Teacher Qin is still watching us from the sky. He's waiting. Zhou Xiaoduo, dressed in black and with a white cloth tied around his head, strode out of the door. Let's go. Zhou Xiaonian smiled gently. She was dressed in white with a white flower in her hair. She followed behind Zhou Xiaoduo and strode out of the door. No matter what you want to do, I'll accompany you. The wind in Shangjing became unprecedentedly bleak after this moment. Dark clouds rolled and the air was vaguely moist. On the horizon, the setting sun was like blood. It was slowly setting, and the world was about to enter dusk. On the streets of Shangjing, countless colorful neon lights were blooming. Zhou Xiaoduo and Zhou Xiaonian looked calm. They strode forward in the tide of people in Shangjing. Their white clothes were like snow, and their black clothes were like ink. They were in the bustling crowd. The man was handsome and had a tall and straight figure. The woman was a national beauty with a peerless style. Everyone looked at them in amazement. No one knew that this was a pair of black and white impermanents released from hell. Chapter 1092. The Lu family. Lu Yunting and Lu Zhongtian, who were involved in the case, were thrown into jail immediately. Their bodyguards, their subordinates, and even many of their trusted subordinates were all arrested and brought to justice. The head of the Lu family, Lu Zhanxian, sighed. He came back from outside with heavy steps. He had just come out of jail. He went to ask those two people. Who killed Qin Fangyang? Is Qin Fangyang dead? Is it confirmed? How can we find clues about Qin Fangyang? This is already our Lu clan's last and only hope. Where can we find him? Were you ordered by someone else? These were probably the questions that could give the Lu family a chance of survival. Lu Zhanxian was burning with anxiety. He asked again and again. This was already a top priority. At present, according to the minister, there was still a glimmer of hope to find Qin Fangyang. At least, the Lu family would be able to preserve their foundation and not be completely destroyed. But if they couldn't find him, the Nian family, the second most powerful family in Shangjing, had already controlled the entrance and exit of this place. Implicate the king of the right and get punished? What is the Lu family? The Nian family had already spread the news that they didn't want any of the Lu family's properties. They would be auctioned and donated. Anyone who dared to touch them would be an enemy of the king of the right. This was just to avenge the king of the right. As long as they couldn't hand over Qin Fangyang within the time limit set by the minister, they would immediately take action. Not only the Lu family, but the other three families were also in the same situation. Lu Zhanxian walked into the house with a heavy heart. The ancestor of the Lu family, Lu Wangsheng, personally came out to greet him. How was it? Did he say anything? Any useful clues? Lu Zhanxian shook his head. What did he say? Lu Wangsheng was anxious. This is already a matter of life and death. What? He didn't say anything. Lu Zhanxian sighed and said, this matter seems to be not as simple as we thought. Lu Wangsheng frowned. Is there anything else complicated about this matter? Is there something else? Zhongtian really doesn't know anything. Lu Zhanxian said in a low voice. Yunting seems to know something, but he won't say it. Why is that? The Lu clan is already in a desperate situation. Is he going to watch the entire Lu clan die? He said. If he didn't say anything, even if the Lu clan declined, it wouldn't necessarily be extinct. But if you do, the Lu clan is destined to be wiped out. There will be no luck. Lu Zhanxin sighed softly. Lu Wangsheng frowned and said, doesn't that mean that the fortune court is in danger now? Lu Zhanxin sighed and said, Yunting himself said that this might be the last time he sees her. After this, I'm afraid he'll be silenced very soon. Lu Wangsheng took a deep breath. Originally, it was just killing Qin Fangyang, a teacher of ancestral dragon high martial arts. This matter only became a big deal after Minister Chu intervened. Before that, it was nothing. How did it end up like this? Lu Yunting was the deputy chief of the Black Ops in Shangjing. He was a proper high-ranking official in Shangjing, with a high position and power. Who else would have the ability to make him the scapegoat for implicating his entire family and not dare to say anything? Even under the pressure of the Sky Inspecting Minister, he still didn't dare to say anything. It was just as Lu Wangsheng said. Qin Fangyang's matter wasn't considered a big deal before. How did it end up like this? Lu Zhanxin sighed and said, I asked again and again, but the fortune court kept his mouth shut. This time, I was only given 2 minutes of visiting time. 2 minutes, 1 billion. Lu Wangsheng sighed softly. Yes, for these 2 minutes of visiting time, the Lu clan paid a price of 1 billion. Just for one sentence and one clue. But in the end, they didn't come out with anything and returned disappointed. Although the minister's words carry enormous weight, but after all, he can't personally preside over this matter. And in this, the benefits are too great. Many people with ulterior motives will use too many methods in the dark. After all, the county magistrate is not as good as the person in charge. The fortune court's concerns are also reasonable. It can't be said that we didn't gain anything. In the end, we found out that there was a mastermind behind this matter. This money was well spent. Lu Wangxing said, but now there are changes that prevent us from leaving Shangjing as soon as possible. Why? Lu Zhanqin said, didn't we agree that we've already submitted our resignation to His Majesty and got the approval of Shangjing Security Department? Our family will be exiled to the Five Poisons Valley in the far west, and will set off in these 2 days. Lu Wangxing said, you've been trying to smooth things over. I'm afraid you still don't know. Qin Fangyang's disciple, Zhou Xiaoduo, has already arrived in Shangjing. Zhou Xiaoduo? Lu Zhanxin frowned, that hidden dragon martial genius. The strongest prodigy in the past 100 years? Yes, that's him. What's his background? He's a native of Phoenix City. His family background is extremely simple, but he himself is indeed a peerless prodigy. It's not enough to say that he's the strongest prodigy in the past 100 years. He also has an elder sister, the spiritual thought goddess who shook Shangjing. She's currently working in the Nine Heavens Pavilion. She's the boss of the Guixian Division and the continent's Guixian Inspector. Her code name is Civet. The combat power of this pair of siblings is very strong. Lu Wangxing said. Even if they're peerless prodigies, they're still only at the Guixian Division. Lu Zhanqin said indifferently, so what? What I'm worried about is naturally not these 2 siblings, but the Nine Heavens Pavilion behind them. Lu Wangxing sighed and said, when we leave, we won't be able to bring many trusted subordinates with us. Only those trustworthy family members can follow us. The others won't follow us at all. I believe that along the way, we'll definitely be intercepted and killed. You should understand the principle of everyone kicking a man who's down. At that time, I'm afraid it's not as safe as staying in Shangjing. Here, at the very least, we're still in the imperial capital of the empire. Under the feet of the emperor, it's not a lawless territory. Even if some people want to make a move, they'll have to think twice. Lu Zhanqin's eyes burst with a fierce light. Elder ancestor, our Lu clan is just too unlucky in this matter. It just so happened that the Sky Patrol minister killed the chicken to warn the monkey and used us as a raft to warn the world. Naturally, we can't go against the minister's orders. We can't even turn things around. But that's Zhou Xiaoduo. Lu Wangxing said, what do you want? Lu Zhanqin took a deep breath and said, you've said it yourself. That brat is just a native of a small border town. He has roots and doesn't have the strength of a heavenly transcendent. Rashly coming to Shangjing and behaving atrociously is even more foolish and short-sighted. If he dares to come, we'll kill him on the spot. Who will say anything against us then? Lu Wangxing said indifferently, I advise you not to have such thoughts. Today is different from the past. Since Zhou Xiaoduo is here, he's here for revenge. Since he dares to come for revenge, he must have the confidence. Our Lu clan is already at the brink of collapse. We can't have our previous mentality and methods anymore. Right now, I'm only thinking of letting a few more people survive. At this time, I still want to vent my anger. Rest for now. Lu Wangxing sighed sorrowfully. Zhanqin, why can't you see it clearly until now? Now, the Lu clan is finished. At this juncture, it's better to avoid unnecessary trouble. You don't have to be so pessimistic. Lu Zhanqin said unwillingly, even the minister only said that he would drive us out of the capital. He didn't say anything about killing us. Could it be that someone really wants to exterminate the Lu clan? The current situation. Lu Wangsheng sighed softly. If a few children of the Lu clan's direct bloodline can survive, this old man will already thank the heavens for treating our Lu clan so well. Lu Zhanxin's face changed color. Even our ancestors' battle achievements have been erased. This is the first time in his life that the minister has erased the battle achievements of an old friend who has already died. Zhanxin ah. How can you still be so careless and arrogant? Do you know? At that moment, if we were to sit and wait for death in exchange for the lives of a few direct descendants, I would be happy. No, I would be happy to see it happen. Why don't you think about the minister's tone at that time? Lu Wangsheng was senile. His eyes were watery. Are we supposed to stretch out our necks and let the enemy kill us for revenge? Not resist? Lu Zhanxin looked at Lu Wangsheng in disbelief. You'd better do that. Lu Wangsheng said lightly, that's the only way to survive. Lu Zhanxin didn't say anything. This old man will go in and tidy up the ancestral tablets. Lu Wangsheng turned around and warned, don't have any thoughts of resistance. Not only to the people who want revenge, but also to other people. You have to remember this old man's words. Our Lu clan can't afford to offend anyone now. Lu Zhanxin stood in the courtyard in a daze. He watched the curtain of night fall. He only felt sad. Just after Lu Wangsheng entered the ancestral hall, a scream suddenly came from the Lu clan's backyard. A woman screamed shrilly, someone come quickly. How can I be poisoned? Come. With this scream, it seemed like a prelude. Screams came from all directions, one after another. Lu Zhanxin turned his head in panic. What happened? There's poison in the water. A Lu clan member rushed out. His face was green. When he saw Lu Zhanxin's face, he couldn't help but shed tears of despair. Clan Lord. You are also poisoned. Ha ha ha. Lu Zhanxin laughed bitterly. Old ancestor, we want to keep the peace. We want to be slaughtered in exchange for a way to live. But others won't let us go. He felt a ball of fire in his heart suddenly burning. In just a moment, the yuan power that he had cultivated for many years could no longer be contained. What kind of poison is this? Lu Zhanxin's body swayed. He sat on the ground with a poof. The Lu clan member who had just come out had already fallen to the ground. His whole body twitched. His facial features, 7 apertures, suddenly spat out blue flames. He only spasmed for a moment before he stopped breathing. Lu Zhanxin worked hard to circulate his yuan power. He looked miserable and didn't dare to move at all. In the Lu clan's big courtyard, shrill screams came from all directions. Blue flames kept coming out that even the infants were not spared. Lu Wangsheng came out of the ancestral hall. He felt something was wrong. The ancestral tablets were scattered all over the ground. He rushed into the backyard like flying. But he only saw corpses all over the ground. Men, women, old, and young of the Lu clan, no less than 3,000 people, were all lying on the ground in disorder. Who is it? Lu Wangsheng roared. Tears flowed down his cheeks. We already planned to not resist. We only asked for compassion. Why did they have to kill us like this? Not even a chicken or dog was spared. Not a single person from the Lu clan was spared. No wonder. No wonder Zhanxin was allowed to meet Yunting. No wonder. So they already knew. Not a single person from the Lu clan will survive. Lu Wangsheng felt the poison in his body acting up. His body was on the verge of collapse. As the ancestor with the highest cultivation in the Lu clan, Lu Wangsheng, who had reached the Skysoar realm, was actually unable to suppress this strange poison. The Lu clan is finished. Lu Wangsheng tried his best to control the poison and staggered out. Zhanxin, Zhanxin. He saw Lu Zhanxin sitting upright at the entrance of the courtyard, looking at him with a face full of despair. Ancestor. I can't hold on any longer. Lu Zhanxin's eyes bulged. Ancestor. The Lu clan has been exterminated. Please. Hold on a little longer. Lu Zhanxin cried out, please. Hold on until Zhuo Xiaoduo arrives. He mustered all his strength to say this. His body trembled. Suddenly, blue flames emerged from his 7 orifices. I can't accept this. Lu Zhanxin cried out miserably in the blue flames, I can't accept this. The flames rose, and the poison spread. Even his blood turned blue. His internal organs were destroyed. Blood spurted out from his mouth and nose, burning like flames. This poison was extremely overbearing. It did not leave anyone with a chance to live. Lu Wangsheng's face was filled with grief. He slowly sat down and used all his remaining energy to protect his heart. He poured bottle after bottle of spirit water into his mouth. I can't die. Just like Zhanxin said, I have to wait. I have to wait for Zhuo Xiaoduo. Lu Wangsheng's old face was filled with endless grief. He had absolute confidence that even if the minister gave the order, the entire Lu clan would not be wiped out. Even the old subordinates of the Heavenly King would not be so cruel. Even if Zhuo Xiaoduo came for revenge, even if Zhuo Xiaoduo's cultivation was heaven-defying, he would not kill an infant. As long as the bloodline remained, the Lu clan would not be exterminated. Only the mastermind behind the scenes would want the entire Lu clan to be wiped out. Now, the Lu clan had no hope. The extermination of the entire Lu clan was a foregone conclusion. Their only hope for revenge was Zhuo Xiaoduo, who was coming to settle the score with them. It had to be said that this was a kind of irony. Zhuo Xiaoduo, don't you want revenge? Come quickly. Lu Wangsheng anxiously roared in his heart. Although the Lu clan is exterminated, as long as I have one breath left, I can still provide you with some clues. Zhuo Xiaoduo, why aren't you coming? Chapter 1093. In the night. Zhuo Xiaoduo and Zhuo Xiaonian were calmly shuttling through the neon lights. In fact, they had already locked onto their target. In front of them was the big house of the Lu family. This house covered an area of more than 170 acres. In Shangjing City, where every inch of land was worth its weight in gold, this big house was almost a sight to behold. Almost every one of these large families would complain from time to time that their family's courtyard was too small, that it wasn't enough for them to live in, that it was impolite in front of others and so on. But in reality, almost every family's courtyard was like a small castle. The grandeur of every family was absolutely to the extent that the so-called richest man in the secular world would be absolutely dumbfounded and unable to imagine. Although there was still some distance to the residential area of those big families, there were very few people who dared to wander around here. Therefore, the surrounding environment was very quiet and secluded. After all, these places were really not places that ordinary people could come to. This was because, for ordinary people, this was definitely a dangerous area. Even if there was no reason, it was not strange for people to mysteriously evaporate when they passed by here. And even if they were evaporated, there was no place to find them, let alone reason with them. This had almost become an unwritten rule. Mortals should not pass by where immortals lived. This sentence seemed to be a bit difficult to understand. But to put it another way, where tigers lived, rabbits would definitely not dare to pass by. This was easy to understand. Something doesn't feel right. Zhuo Xiaoduo frowned and looked ahead. Zhuo Xiaoduo, who was proficient in the god of appearance, had a naturally sensitive spiritual sense. And his spiritual sense was far sharper than that of ordinary warriors. Something does feel wrong. Zhuo Xiaonian, who also sensed it, frowned. It feels like a large number of souls are dissipating. Yes. Zhuo Xiaoduo flew up. We have to speed up. Maybe something happened to our target. Something happened? Zhuo Xiaonian flew up as well and said, could it be that someone wants to silence them? It's quite possible. As Zhuo Xiaoduo sped up, he lightly said, I have a feeling that this matter is not as simple as it seems. Although the minister has found the culprit behind the assassination attempt on teacher Qin, there is still a mastermind behind it. Do you know why I made such a big commotion as soon as I arrived in Shangjing? First of all, it was my childhood wish. Second of all, I was deliberately beating the grass to scare the snake. By exposing my whereabouts, I wanted to see if anyone would silence me. Zhuo Xiaoduo chuckled. We have Grandpa as our backer. We must lure the evil out of the cave before this relationship is exposed. If their relationship was exposed, who would dare to cause trouble? Grandpa is the fiend ancestor. Who wouldn't be afraid? Now, doesn't this prove that my guess was correct? Sure enough, someone tried to silence him. Since someone tried to silence him, it proves that Qin Laosher's death isn't as simple as a group of dragons fighting over a spot. At the very least, the matter isn't as simple as it seems. There's still a mastermind behind the scenes. How can I let him go? Zhuo Xiaoduo snorted. His eyes flashed with murderous intent. It was bone-chilling. The two of them sped up again. With a whoosh, they were already in the sky above the Lu family. The two of them looked down as far as they could. They saw that it was brightly lit below. However, the Lu family members were all lying dead on the ground. Just as I expected. Zhuo Xiaoduo quickly landed. Zhuo Xiaonian's cold aura and Zhuo Xiaoduo's hot aura protected their whole body. They were in perfect coordination. So many people from the Lu family had died, but there was no blood. They were obviously poisoned. And in the headquarters of such an aristocratic family with many years of history, so many people were silently poisoned and died. Aside from the fact that the poison was abnormally overbearing, the poisoner's methods were also extremely sophisticated. No matter which aspect they considered, the two of them didn't dare to let down their guard. Let's see if there's anyone alive and find out the situation. Zhuo Xiaonian shouted. Okay. Zhuo Xiaoduo went to the front yard and Zhuo Xiaonian went to the backyard. They moved separately with great tacit understanding. While searching, Zhuo Xiaoduo's heart became calmer and calmer. He was no longer anxious. After understanding this matter, Zhuo Xiaoduo felt that it was strange. The quota of the dragons fighting for the heritage. This reason was definitely enough. However, since Qin Fangyang had such a purpose, his goal should have been very clear from the beginning. It was impossible for it to be exposed only recently. Going back to the origin, Qin Fangyang should have entered the Ancestral Dragon High School as soon as he came to teach there. His initial motive was to obtain the quota of the dragons fighting for the heritage. It was also at that time that he started to plan. And this purpose, in the eyes of those who were observant, should have been as clear as fire. It was difficult to hide. Those people had always thought that the quota of the dragons fighting for the heritage was in their pockets. If they felt that Qin Fangyang was a threat to the quota of the dragons fighting for the heritage, they should have taken action long ago. They should not have delayed it until now. Now that the dragons fighting for the heritage was approaching, it attracted more attention, aroused suspicion, and made people think. However, since the other party did not deal with Qin Fangyang earlier, but came to deal with him now, just because of half a quota of the dragons fighting for the heritage. The gains did not make up for the losses, and it was even more unreasonable. Moreover, his name as the #1 genius of the continent had long been famous. There should be a quota of the dragons fighting for the heritage no matter what. Killing his own teacher for a quota that should have been given to him. Zhuo Xiaoduo felt that something was wrong. Now, the Lu family had been exterminated in addition to being in trouble. This was originally within Zhuo Xiaoduo's expectations. Rather than calling it extermination, it was better to call it extermination. Since the Lu family was involved in this matter, Zhuo Xiaoduo's initial idea was to directly go to their door and kill them. First, he would avenge himself and Qin Fangyang. However, after thinking about it, he still chose to expose his whereabouts first. A massacre would naturally be able to vent the hatred in his heart, but a rash action could be used by others, and the real culprit would go unpunished. That would make teacher Qin die with grievances. Now, with the matter of extermination, he could already be sure that there was another real culprit behind this matter. The real culprit was afraid that the Lu family would expose him, so he had no choice but to silence them. In other words, the Lu family was just an exposed chess piece. At this time, a painful groan came from the front. Zhuo Xiaoduo's expression changed, and with a whoosh, he quickly flew over. The ancestor of the Lu family, Lu Wangsheng, was on the verge of death. He felt that the fierce poison in his body could no longer be suppressed, and the poison flowed into his heart meridian. 99% of his body was filled with strong poison. He breathed his last in an instant. Death was approaching step by step, close at hand. Zhuo Xiaoduo. Why aren't you here yet? Lu Wangsheng fiercely bit his tongue, feeling the last pain of his life. You. Come quickly. I'm coming. Zhuo Xiaoduo landed with a swoosh. Lu Wangsheng's eyes suddenly brightened. Using all the strength in his body, he shouted hoarsely, Qin Fangyang's matter. There's still. Before his voice fell, Zhuo Xiaoduo had already poured a bottle of life water into his mouth. At the same time, the Heavenmen's stone suddenly stuck to Lu Wangsheng's palm. An extremely surging life force madly poured in. In an instant, Lu Wangsheng's body was already full of life force. However, his internal organs had long been corroded by the strong poison and were riddled with holes. No matter how abundant the life force was, it was already unable to repair them. Even if the Heavenmen's stone could produce endless life force and restore the soul and extend life, in the end, it couldn't completely restore a damaged body that had long decayed and was still decaying. And now, Lu Wangsheng's body was tantamount to a damaged body that couldn't be reconstructed. He was barely hanging on by a breath. At the moment of struggling for life, his mind was still clear. In fact, the poison was seeping into his body bit by bit. What was more serious was that his internal organs had completely decayed. No magical power could heal him. Even the meridians and blood vessels in his entire body were already full of poison. This kind of situation was really hopeless. Lu Wangsheng, who was filled with abundant life force, only felt a burst of comfort all over his body. His mind, which had gradually become muddled, became clear again. His body seemed to have strength again, but how could an old Taoist like him not know that his life had come to an end? Now, it was just a momentary recovery of consciousness with Zhuo Xiaoduo's efforts. But he still couldn't help but look at the small stone that Zhuo Xiaoduo had just put away. His heart was filled with endless surprise. In this world, there was actually such a strange object that could still prolong his terrible physical condition for one more breath and forcefully slow down the footsteps of the god of death. Huff, huff. Lu Wangsheng, who knew the condition of his body, didn't even dare to breathe heavily. He used the last of his strength, combined with the abundant life force that Zhuo Xiaoduo had helped to replenish, and sealed his eyes, nose, ears, and lower body. He sealed all the orifices in his body. Only then did he smile sadly. It's useless. The poison that the whole Lu family has been poisoned with is the immortal ascension poison. There has always been no cure, no luck. Zhuo Xiaoduo's face twitched subconsciously. The immortal ascension poison. This name obviously sounded very nice, but who would have thought that it was actually a kind of extremely vicious poison in its bones? This kind of poison was colorless and tasteless. A skilled poison master could even blend it into the air and use it. Once one was poisoned, there was no cure, no luck. And the poisoned person wouldn't feel anything unusual in the first few hours. But once the poison broke out, the person's internal organs would instantly rot, and there would be no room for resistance. The moment the poison broke out, the poisoned person wouldn't feel a sharp pain in his heart. Instead, there was a very strange feeling of comfort, as if he was floating in the air. Then, this comfortable feeling would turn into a torrent that would rush through the body through every orifice in the body, including the 5 orifices, the 7 orifices, the front and back of the lower body, including the navel, and the gushing spring. When the torrent rushed out of the body, the person would be like a firework, returning to a moment of brilliance. All the skin, flesh, internal organs, and blood would turn into flying ashes, and become dust with the sky. It was precisely because this poison was so overbearing that it was called the immortal ascension poison. After spitting out the turbid things like the heart, liver, spleen, stomach, and kidneys, the person would naturally ascend. Chapter 1094. Lu Wangsheng used the new life force to seal all the orifices in his body but left his mouth open. He wanted to keep his mouth open to tell Zhuo Xiaoduo his last words. I think you must have a lot to say to me. Zhuo Xiaoduo covered his mouth and said, but you don't have much time left. Looking at your condition, you only have 1 minute at most. Seize the last chance. Lu Wangsheng kept his mouth shut and nodded. You can choose the important things to say. Zhuo Xiaoduo said deeply, I'll listen to whatever you say. I'll consider it carefully. Lu Wangsheng's white hair fluttered in the wind. His eyes were bleak and desperate. He still kept his mouth shut and nodded, indicating that he had heard and understood. Zhuo Xiaoduo let go of his hand. There's another mastermind behind Qin Fangyang's death. Lu Wangsheng's voice was a little muffled. He stared at Zhuo Xiaoduo's face and said with difficulty, the dragons fighting over the veins is just an excuse. The real cause of Qin Fangyang's death is something else. Someone is manipulating. Puff. As Lu Wangsheng spoke, blue flames began to surge out of his mouth. His organs and blood turned into blue flames and surged out of the only orifices that were still open. He could no longer suppress the strong poison. But he struggled hard. His lips opened and closed, and he used the last of his strength to speak because he knew that this would be the last time in his life. Qin Fangyang's death was not because of the dragons fighting over the veins. The mastermind only used the gimmick of the dragons fighting over the veins and people's habitual thinking to complete and cover up this matter. But the truth of the matter has little to do with the dragons fighting over the veins. If it's just for a place, there's no need to do it. Or they could have done it earlier and let Qin Fangyang know the difficulty and retreat. I can even say that. The mastermind's target is not Qin Fangyang himself, nor is it the dragons fighting over the veins. Huff. Lu Wangsheng spat out a large ball of blue flames from his mouth, and his entire body shriveled up. However, his eyes, which were still glaring, suddenly brightened. At the last moment of his life, he suddenly had a flash of inspiration, which made him think of something. He stared at Zhuo Xiaoduo's face and used the last of his strength to say, I suspect that the Black Hand's target is. The voice suddenly stopped. His eyes were still firmly fixed on Zhuo Xiaoduo's face, but he couldn't say a word, not a single word. He was already dead. There were no longer blue flames gushing out of his mouth. However, the words he wanted to say, in the end, he was unable to finish. He died with hatred, and his death was filled with hatred. Dead. Zhuo Xiaoduo said to Zhuo Xiaonian who had just arrived. What did he say? That's pretty much what I guessed. Zhuo Xiaoduo felt a little remorseful. He should have said his judgment before Lu Wangsheng opened his mouth. That way, Lu Wangsheng could have saved a lot of breath. Most of what Lu Wangsheng said was consistent with his guess, but he did not mention the most important suspect. However, that would also mean that Lu Wangsheng wouldn't be able to say a single word before dying in vain because he had wasted too much time. Now that he was dead, it was useless to regret. He could not help but start to think about the last sentence Lu Wangxing said. Lu Wangxing's eyes were still staring at Zhuo Xiaoduo's face. He desperately wanted to finish the last flash of inspiration in his life, but in the end, he did not finish. What's the situation? Zhuo Xiaonian looked at Zhuo Xiaoduo. The last person Mr. Qin contacted was you, and then he disappeared. And according to the time when Mr. Qin was killed should be when I was with the Umno Alliance and just came out of the Demon Spirit Forest. In other words, I was actually safe at that time. It's just that you didn't get the exact information that I was safe. Because of two changes, the situation developed into the current situation. Zhuo Xiaoduo carefully analyzed the situation bit by bit. The first change was that at that time, I didn't know Grandpa's identity, so I hid for 2 days. The news of my safety was delayed. And Mr. Qin's accident happened in those 2 days. Could it have something to do with this? Now, we can be sure that Mr. Qin's death was definitely not because of a group of dragons fighting for a place and a half. The last person he contacted was you, but he was killed after I got out of danger. Then, the real target of the mastermind is either you or me. Zhuo Xiaoduo's brain was spinning fast. He thought, I think there's at least a 90% chance that their target is me. He lowered his head and looked at Lu Wangxing's empty eyes that were still staring at him. Zhuo Xiaoduo sighed softly, there's a 90% chance that the mastermind's real target is me. Their ultimate goal of assassinating Mr. Qin is to lure me to Shangjing. Zhuo Xiaonian frowned and said, but the minister inspecting Sky has confirmed that this matter was done by those who had a vested interest in the group of dragons fighting for a place. This is the second change. The minister's intervention was beyond everyone's expectations. Zhuo Xiaoduo said, in fact, the mastermind's cover was also the group of dragons fighting for a place. If there was an accident, they could use it as an excuse. But those who were exposed, if I'm not wrong, were just pawns. The real mastermind didn't even move a finger. He used them to achieve his goal. As far as the mastermind is concerned, it doesn't matter if all those who had a vested interest in the group of dragons fighting for a place are dead. It's just a group of scapegoats. If all of them are dead, all the relevant clues will be destroyed. He will only clap his hands and cheer. The mastermind used the habits and inertia of the major clans to add fuel to the fire and facilitate this situation. After that, no matter how things develop, whether or not there will be powerful people involved, his goal has been achieved. Because I'm now in Shangjing. I'm here to avenge Mr. Qin. Before I get my revenge, I can't leave. So, the mastermind has enough time to operate and start a new game against me. If there's something that the mastermind didn't expect, it's probably our real background. It's not ordinary, and we have a super strong support like the devil ancestor's grandfather. There's also our own strength. It's just that these are uncontrollable accidents. If I were to give an evaluation of the mastermind's current layout, there's only one word: perfect. After hearing Zhuo Xiaoduo's evaluation, Zhuo Xiaonian instinctively sucked in a breath of cold air. She knew very well that her brother rarely had such a high evaluation of others. However, when she thought about it carefully, she couldn't help but feel creeped out. So, who is the mastermind? Zhuo Xiaonian frowned. I don't know yet. I think this person from the Lu family doesn't know either. Zhuo Xiaoduo looked at Lu Wangxing and sighed softly. Although the facts had proven that he had guessed correctly, there was still an indescribable sense of grievance in his heart. He had a faint feeling that maybe the last words that Lu Wangxing said to him were all within the mastermind's expectations. Only in this way could he be sure of the direction of the truth and not leave. He would stay in Shangjing for a long time and continue to investigate. And this result was what the mastermind was happy to see and hoped to see. If the other party had really calculated even this point, then it wasn't simply perfect, it was terrifying and appalling. The other three families. Are we still going? Zhuo Xiaonian cast a hesitant look at Zhuo Xiaoduo's face. I think it's meaningless to go now. Zhuo Xiaoduo smiled bitterly. The mastermind is so meticulous. Since they want to silence us, they won't just kill one family. The facts prove that Zhuo Xiaoduo's guess was right. After a while, the sirens outside were heard everywhere. The whole Shangjing city suddenly became chaotic. Zhuo Xiaoduo and Zhuo Xiaonian looked at each other and sighed. They directly melted into the void and circled Shangjing city in the night sky. They also went to see the other three families, but they didn't have to go down to see it in person. Because there wasn't a single living person in these four families. It was clear at a glance. Whether it was the elderly in their twilight years, the children in their swaddling clothes, or the innocent servants and guards, they were all dead. Not a single chicken or dog was left alive, not even a blade of grass was left. Originally, these families were super families with deep roots. Many of their descendants weren't in Shangjing. It was actually quite difficult to say that all of them were wiped out overnight. But the current situation was that the order of the Sky Inspecting Minister came true. After that order, the families were all dismissed from their positions. Then, they had to rush back to their families one by one to discuss what to do next. Those who were dismissed were all beaten up. No one dared to leave their family members in the area where they were working. They all brought them back. The current situation of the four families could be said to be an unprecedented gathering and reunion. Even those who stood out in the previous competition weren't spared. They were also dismissed and returned home. Everyone was waiting quietly for the final result from the top and the subsequent response of the families. At this time, no matter how far away they were, they had already returned. At this time, a poison. A real family, neatly arranged, headed to the netherworld together. Shangjing City was in chaos. The Lu family, Bai family, Fan family, and Yin family, the four families, were all wiped out on the same day. No one was left alive. Even those related people who had already been caught died at around the same time. They were all killed in prison. In just one afternoon, more than 13,000 people in Shangjing were wiped out. And among these 13,000 people, more than 90% were martial artists. There was no lack of high-level cultivators. This was a super big case. The four families were wiped out, and their bloodlines were wiped out. The entire Shangjing was shaken, shocked, and horrified. This was the biggest murder case in Shangjing City in thousands of years. Chapter 1095. It was the first time in tens of thousands of years that such a horrible murder case had happened in Shangjing City, the core of the empire. The emperor was furious, and he ordered a thorough investigation. To be able to kill so many people in one night and even silence those who were imprisoned in the heavenly prison, how powerful was this murderer? After causing such a huge commotion, how could there not be any clues to be found? However, there were no clues at all from the four noble families. Of the 3 squads of guards in the prison, 2 squads committed suicide by consuming poison, while the last squad of more than 50 people was completely annihilated by the experts. Not a single person was left alive. The emperor was so angry that he smashed a cup in the palace. Investigate. No matter what, we must find the murderer. The reason why he said he wanted to find the murderer was because outside the walls of the Lu family and the Bai family, someone wrote a few words, those who implicated the heavenly king of the right, die. How could these words not cause people to have wild and fanciful thoughts? Was it to avenge the heavenly king of the right? Was that why they did this? Yes, if they were not the right-hand men of the heavenly king of the right, how could they have such power and guts? Countless people couldn't help but think. However, the more he thought about it, this method, wasn't it a little too vicious? On the other hand, the Nian family, who had been saying that they would seek justice for the heavenly king of the right, were all dumbfounded. In the whole of Shangjing City, the Nian family, as the second most powerful family, was furious. They said that they would kill these families to avenge the heavenly king of the right. They even said that they would distribute the family property after they killed these families, auction and donation. Now, everyone from the 4 clans was dead. They were all dead. They were all dead. They were all dead. Just like what the Nyen family said, the Nyen family was really sharp. Their words carried enormous weight, and they acted decisively and decisively. The Nyen family became like a pile of yellow mud that fell into their pants. Even if it wasn't shit, it was shit. What the fuck was this? Everyone in the Nyen family was depressed. They had no one to vent their frustrations to. The reason why he didn't mention it was because the Nyen family was one of the few families in Shangjing City who could do all this without anyone noticing. They had the power, the ability, the manpower, and the power to do all this. The most important thing was that they still had a motive. It was just released a few days ago. Everything seemed to be a perfect match, seamless and flawless. The Nyen family was the scapegoat for all of this. No matter how he washed it, it was impossible to wash it clean. No matter how he argued, it was difficult to distinguish between the two. However, the Nyen family knew very well that they didn't do it. The old master of the Nyen family was so angry that he smashed the entire study. Who did it? The old patriarch's roar almost blew the roof off. We didn't do anything. It wasn't us. That was the sentence that the Nyen family repeated the most during their argument. However, not many people were willing to believe it. Everyone in Shangjing City agreed that even if the Nyen family didn't do it, they must have something to do with it. How could there be such a coincidence? You guys just released the news that you were going to destroy them, and they were destroyed. Then you guys said that it had nothing to do with you guys. Do you think we are fools? If he did it, then so be it. He actually pretended to be wronged. Who was he trying to show? Where was the responsibility of a big family? Yu Dongtian, the king of the right, was addicted to shifting the blame every day. However, this time, the Nyen family who stood up for him took the blame. They didn't even know who did it. They were just as innocent as those who were blamed by the king of the right. The old master of the Nyen family was about to vomit blood. Because some of his old friends even came out of their seclusion to have a long talk with the old master. He patted the old master's shoulder earnestly and said, "Old Master Nyen, I have to say that this matter is a little too much." The old master was so angry that he was about to have a brain hemorrhage, but he still tried to defend himself. It wasn't my family who did it. I know. Of course it wasn't your family. It really wasn't my family. I swear to God. I understand. Don't worry. Although it's a big deal, those people are all criminals. They deserve to die. Nothing serious will happen. It's just that this method is too vicious. It's against the harmony of heaven. It really wasn't my family who did it. Why are you so anxious? Do you think I can report you? I understand. Isn't it better for people to know about it than to see it? The old master picked up the broom and angrily threw out his old friend who had been with him for 1,700 years. It really wasn't my family who did this. It really wasn't. Zhuo Xiaoduo and Zhuo Xiaonian were in Zhuo Xiaonian's room. They looked at each other, speechless for a long time. But now, all the clues that were on the surface had been cut off overnight with a snap. Zhuo Xiaoduo's original intention in coming to Shangjing was to settle accounts with the 4 influential families. However, as soon as he arrived, the 4 influential families were all dead. If the Nyen family was the number 1 suspect in the destruction of the 4 influential families, then the number 2 suspect would be Zhuo Xiaoduo. If it weren't for the fact that Zhuo Xiaoduo was weak, had a simple background, and didn't have enough resources at hand, the Nyen family would have been ranked as the number 1 suspect. Of course, that was what Zhuo Xiaoduo was thinking. His chest was filled with hatred. His first thought was to pick up the sledgehammer and smash the sky red with blood. He didn't care if they were innocent or not. He just wanted to kill them and make a river of blood. He wanted to kill every single one of them. However, the reality was that he didn't have time to do anything. The sledgehammer was still in the space ring. Their entire families were gone. Although there wasn't a river of blood, the 4 influential families were all dead. They died more cleanly than if Zhuo Xiaoduo had really killed them. Zhuo Xiaoduo even rejoiced that the 2 of them had some tricks up their sleeves and left the scene early. Otherwise, if they really met the people from the government who arrived later, it would be the same as being caught red-handed. They would be the best scapegoats and would not be able to escape. This whole thing is so strange. It's so unusual. The more Zhuo Xiaonian thought about it, the more frightened she felt. Xiaoduo, this is so unusual. Think about it. If you think about it carefully, how big of a trap is this? How many connections, manpower, and material forces do they have to be able to set up such a trap so thoroughly and flawlessly? Zhuo Xiaoduo was silent for a long time. After thinking for a long time, he took out a large piece of paper and started to write and draw, trying to figure out the whole thing. He really missed Li Chenglong now. If Li Chenglong were here, he would be able to straighten everything out quickly and trace back to the origin through the details. However, when it came to him, he needed to deduce it bit by bit. He couldn't be sure if there were any mistakes that he hadn't considered. Yeah, it's really terrifying. What's more, we don't even know the real purpose and ultimate goal of the other party. We don't know what they want to do by setting up such a big trap. But it's undeniable that we're already in the middle of it. It's hard to extricate ourselves from it. Zhuo Xiaoduo first drew a small circle in the middle. This is the other party's deployment in Shangjing. The central point is here. The other party has an extremely large and impressive force in Shangjing. This force can be said to cover all aspects. Perhaps, in some aspects, it's even stronger than the government's army. This is certain. If not for this, they wouldn't have been able to wipe out the 4 great clans at the same time. They didn't even let go of the people in the prison. They didn't leave any traces behind and ensured that no one would be able to trace them. It's really amazing. In Shangjing, the center of Yanwu, to be able to come and go without a trace, and to have such a huge and meticulous plan to wipe out the 4 great clans, this force, even at the most conservative estimate, has infiltrated many government departments. This force, which has always been in the dark, has always been feared by everyone. So far, it has only revealed a part of its full strength. Because, after this incident, everyone is bound to realize that there is such a force hidden in Shangjing. As for the true strength of the other party, it's hard to say whether they've already revealed the majority of it or just the tip of the iceberg. But, with the other party's meticulous and thorough plan, I estimate that this part of their strength that they have to reveal is only a small part of their strength. And even if it's just a part of their strength, it's still not considered as being exposed. After all, until now, there hasn't been any flaws that can be traced. As for the rest of their strength, it's still in hibernation. There's still room to maneuver. Zhuo Xiaoduo raised his head and pondered hard, racking his brain. If this matter really has something to do with me, and I just escaped from the Umno Alliance's demonic forest, then the first thing they did was to use the dragons fighting for the heritage incident to set up a trap and kill Teacher Qin. What kind of relationship would there be between the two? Or should I say, how big is the relationship between the two? Zhuo Xiaoduo frowned and said, this hidden force is so huge, and its hiding strength is equally amazing. It's hard to find out. Could it be the work of a senior magus of the Umno Alliance? Zhuo Xiaonian was shocked. Can this matter involve a senior magus? It's possible, but it's also a little impossible. Zhuo Xiaoduo murmured, it's possible. The Umno Alliance and the Astral Souls have been opposing each other for countless years. It's natural for them to send spies to the enemy's territory. The UMNO Alliance's spies that appeared in Phoenix City in the past are examples. Phoenix City is a small border city, but the UMNO Alliance's spies could be so powerful. If it's Shangjing, the capital city of the human race, how can the UMNO Alliance's spies be small? However, the UMNO Alliance's spies in Shangjing are very powerful, but the UMNO Alliance's senior magi don't seem to have any evil intentions towards me. For example, Senior Magi Wudu, Senior Magus Zhu Mang, Senior Magus Dan Kong, Senior Magus Bing Ming. At least these 4 senior magi don't have a reason to kill me. If they wanted to kill me, they wouldn't have let me go back to the astral souls. Chapter 1097. Then, Zhuo Xiaoduo realized that Zhuo Xiaonian's speed was slightly faster than his. Moreover, his aura was so long and profound that it seemed to be much stronger than his own. That shouldn't be the case, right? Although his trip to the UMNO Alliance was fraught with danger, the benefits and improvements he had made were shocking. Whether it was Zhu Wu's inheritance, Elder Wan's gift, or Sire Shui's challenge, all of them had allowed him to make breakthroughs time and time again. At the very least, he felt that his strength was unrivaled among his peers. He had even fantasized about suppressing Nian Mao more than once in his dreams. But from the looks of it now, it was probably just a dream. While flying, Zhuo Xiaoduo confirmed what he was thinking. I can't catch up, I can't catch up. My current speed is already my limit, but Sister Nian still looks like she has more energy left. He felt even more depressed. I still can't catch up. However, he did not give up and asked tentatively, Nian Mao, your profound returning level cultivation. What level has it reached? Is it the pinnacle? How many times have you suppressed it? Zhuo Xiaonian had long reached the pinnacle of the returning profound realm, and under Bai Yundua's guidance, she had made rapid progress. Her cultivation had already reached the pinnacle of the returning profound realm, and she had suppressed it 36 times. But this concerned her bottom line, so how could she tell Zhuo Xiaoduo the truth? This puppy was also in the returning profound realm now. She was probably thinking about something that she shouldn't have, right? I just reached the pinnacle of the returning profound realm. Zhuo Xiaonian smiled. I just started suppressing it once or twice. Like hell, I'll believe you. Zhuo Xiaoduo rolled his eyes. I might have just reached the returning profound realm, but I'm not blind. You're telling me that you've just reached the pinnacle of the returning profound realm? You've only suppressed it once or twice. Who are you trying to fool? Do you think I'll believe you? Then, you're not as fast as me. Zhuo Xiaoduo replied. I'm already at the pinnacle of the returning profound realm, and with the help of a divine artifact, I've already suppressed my origin energy 97 times. 97 times? Zhuo Xiaonian almost burst out laughing. Little doggy really dared to brag. He smiled and said, Aya, puppy, you're awesome. Zhuo Xiaoduo was going crazy. How many times have you done this? Give me an accurate number. Humph. Zhuo Xiaonian rolled her eyes and flew away with the wind. Come and chase me, dog. Zhuo Xiaoduo chased after him with all his might. Is there any benefit in catching up? What benefits do you want? Once I catch up to you, you'll let me get lost. The two of them sped off even more swiftly like a bolt of lightning, and they even emanated copious amounts of soul energy. All the way out of the city. According to the information, the direction Qin Fangyang had fled in was the wilderness. With a light boom, 2 auras, one cold and one hot, suddenly exploded. With the place where the two of them were walking side by side as the boundary, one left and one right, the auras spread out in all directions in a grandiose manner. Along the way, the 300 miles around them did not miss anything. It was as if a huge phoenix had suddenly spread its wings of ice and fire, sweeping across the vast land. Even Lei Changtian, who was hiding high in the sky and sneakily following them all the way, could not help but be shocked by this scene. Fuck. This soul energy was really too unexpected. It was as if it could cover the heavens and the earth. Strictly speaking, this soul energy was indeed tyrannical, but it was still not enough to enter the eyes of the demon ancestor, who was at the pinnacle of this world. However, this soul energy came from a boy and a girl in their early 20s. It was a different matter. The demon ancestor instantly felt inferior. When this old man was at this age, my spiritual energy was probably not even 1/10 of either of them. What a waste of the fact that this old man was praised as a great genius by the people around me since I was young. If this old man was a great genius, then what are they? I thought my grandson was a super genius, but I didn't expect my granddaughter to be a super genius too. These two little fellows can no longer be described as geniuses. Monsters, two monsters. It's just that. I clearly followed them all the way to investigate this matter, but I'm still confused. What's going on? My brain is a mess. Looks like in a team, there must be a brain-like existence. Who was the brain-like existence back then? Sua Chang Chang. Damn it. This guy's brain is all about picking up girls. Back then, the brain-like existence seemed to be Qin Sha. What a pity, what a pity. My daughter beat him to it. Sigh, that's not right. What's my position now? The demon ancestor mumbled all the way as he increased the height of his invisibility by another 500 meters. Luckily, these two little fellows did not notice the movement in the sky. If those two soul energy rashly swept over, I might have been exposed, and I'll have to take care of my children. Sigh, I should think of a way to ease my relationship with my grandson. Lei Changtian racked his brains. The more he thought about it, the more he felt that he had missed out on too much. If he had come when he was 2 or 3 years old, he reckoned that 2 lollipops and a few hundred yuan of lucky money would have been enough to settle this. But now the children had grown up and were not easy to coax. Each of them was as smart as a ghost. His grandson and granddaughter did not seem to be easy to deal with. His grandson was mischievous and mischievous. He was even more cunning than an experienced person. As for his granddaughter, the great weapon that was originally used to deal with women was now useless. If he did not see wrongly, his granddaughter's body was clear and delicate. She clearly had a pure body. Furthermore, she had taken the look-preserving pill. Beauty, this super topic that women in ancient and modern times were tirelessly talking about, was already useless to her. It was meaningless. She was already at the peak. Then. What else could he do? Weapons? Forget it. These two little fellows have divine weapons in their hands. They are much stronger than my demon king hook. Don't even mention me giving them. I just want them to give me some of the remaining materials so that I can find a chance to refine my spiritual weapons. As for food, clothes, and toys, these two fellows spent 15 billion just for a joke they made when they were children. What did they lack? Heavenly treasures. In this aspect, I don't seem to have as much as the two of them. I can't even compare to them. The 9 heavens spirit spring water can be measured with caddies. I don't even have as much as Zhuo Changchang and Yu Dian. Thinking over and over again, Lei Changtian felt even more helpless. He deeply felt that this grandfather of his was actually the only poor person in the entire family. What the fuck? Lei Changtian was furious. I have lived my whole life. What have I done? Demon ancestor. What demon have I become? How can I become so miserable? They sped along the way and searched. They did not let go of even the slightest trace. Looking from the sky, the whistling meteors were constantly smashing down. However, the two of them did not care at all. With their current cultivation level, even if the meteors were aimed at them, they would immediately bounce back when they were several zhang above their heads. There was no effect at all. However, these meteors that could not affect the two of them increased the difficulty of searching for traces by no less than 10,000 times. All the traces along the way had already been destroyed thousands of times in this period of time. The two of them searched all the way until they were about to reach the Thousand Extremes mountain. Then, they finally found something. Look over there. Zhuo Xiaoduo swept past. Zhuo Xiaoduo's target was a big rock. On that rock, a sword mark was deeply engraved. It pierced through this 10,000 jin huge rock. The sword intent within was awe-inspiring, filled with a sense of decisiveness. Zhuo Xiaoduo's eyes immediately showed waves of absent-mindedness. It was as if he had seen Qin Fangyang during class. That soul sword intent that burned like a torch soaring into the sky. After carefully looking at the deep sword mark in front of him, Zhuo Xiaoduo could not help but feel a lump in his throat. He said, "It can't be wrong. This is the sword mark left behind by Teacher Qin. The sword intent on it, I can't be wrong. I definitely can't be wrong. The sword intent of the 5 directions sword." Zhuo Xiaoyan looked at the direction of this sword intent. Then, she thought for a moment and said in surprise, "Teacher Qin is actually already at the returning profound." Before she could finish her words, she quickly retreated a few steps. She turned sideways to look for the opponent and made a sword swing. It feels like the position is about the same. However, this sword should have been sent out by Teacher Qin when he was desperately trying to break out of the encirclement. He could no longer perfectly control his strength. That's why this sword mark was left behind. At that time, such a sword break out of the encirclement must have been attacked from all sides. And this sword should only be one of the countless counterattacking swords. But it can still explain a certain problem. The direction of this sword is to the left. That is to say, at this time, Teacher Qin was escaping in front. There were pursuers behind him and he was not intercepted head-on. Then, Zhuo Xiaoduo thought for a moment. Then, he flew out and landed 3 zhang behind Zhuo Xiaoyan. He left a footprint and then retreated 300 zhang. He imitated Qin Fangyang's speed and ran all the way. As if someone was chasing him, he swung his sword all the way. The direction of the sword was to fall. It was the 5 directions sword that Qin Fangyang had taught him. When he reached the footprint, he suddenly swung out the 5 directions sword technique. The sword flashed and flashed. Then, Zhuo Xiaoduo rushed out 1,000 zhang before he stopped and turned back. How is it? It should have been like this at that time. It's almost the same. Zhuo Xiaoyan looked at Zhuo Xiaoduo's sword aura. It was exactly the same as the sword mark on the rock. She could not help but admire Zhuo Xiaoduo's memory and control of his strength. She was amazed. Zhuo Xiaoduo returned to the original location of the footprint. Then, he made 3 hypothetical movements and finally confirmed it. It's in this direction. He pointed. It's this way. Then, he waved his hand and put the huge rock that weighed more than 10,000 jin into his spatial ring. Then, he continued to search for traces with Zhuo Xiaoyan. Zhuo Xiaoyan knew why Zhuo Xiaoduo put away the rock. If Qin Fangyang had really passed away, then this rock might be the last trace of Qin Fangyang in this world. How could Zhuo Xiaoduo leave this stone outside to be battered by the wind and rain, slowly wearing it down? During the search, Zhuo Xiaoduo fought all the way. It was as if he had turned into his teacher Qin Fangyang at this moment. He ran, fought, broke out of the encirclement, and continued to run, fight, break out of the encirclement. Zhuo Xiaoyan observed any traces that could be observed. She verified and judged with Zhuo Xiaoduo's imitations. If the people who had chased after Qin Fangyang were here, they would definitely be shocked. Because Zhuo Xiaoduo's traces, imitations, and the final conclusion of the route was almost equivalent to Qin Fangyang being chased all over again. Chapter 1098. Apart from the first few imitations, the more he went on, the more precise his moves became. Every move was flawless and flawless. He had completely replicated everything that had happened that day. It was to the point that the footprints on the ground completely overlapped in the end. Searching like this all the way, he found the traces and found the right route. Naturally, the follow-up was much easier. As time went on, there were more and more traces of fighting on the road. Basically, there was a round of fighting every 1,000 meters or so. Teacher Qin's body movement is based on one breath. After one breath, he needs a small amount of time to take a breath. The enemy's cultivation is obviously higher than his, so when he takes a breath, the enemy immediately takes the opportunity to catch up. But all the way to the foot of the mountain, Teacher Qin is still in the front position. He hasn't really been caught up, nor has he been surrounded. When they reached the foot of the mountain, Sui Xiaoduo glanced at the mountain terrain and said, according to Teacher Qin's fighting experience, he should have directly jumped up here, turned around and slashed with his sword, or self-exploded a doppelganger to block the enemy. And then escaped up the mountain. As he spoke, he jumped up and looked for the second trace. When his feet landed, he stopped here with a posture of touching the ground. Here. Sui Xiaoduo's eyes focused. Because under his feet, there was a dark trace that was almost invisible. Nian Nian cat. I know. Sui Xiaonian waved her hand and froze the surrounding space. Then, the surrounding air was forcefully squeezed toward the dark trace below. Another force entered the mountain rock and squeezed from the inside out. As she continued to move, the color of the dark trace became more and more clear. Sui Xiaoduo stretched out her hand and touched it. Suddenly, there was a glaring red on her finger. Injured? Sui Xiaoduo could not figure it out no matter how much he thought about it. He had imitated all the battles along the way, and there were no signs of injuries or internal injuries. Although he could not say that he was at ease, there was always room for maneuver. Moreover, there were no external injuries before. Then, where did the extra injuries come from? Why was there blood? Sui Xiaoduo suddenly had an idea. He swayed his body and looked around. Finally, he gritted his teeth and said, the other party was here. They had set up an ambush. Based on the location, the blood should have flowed out from the leg or the bottom of the trousers. However, the moment it stopped and was about to fly up, it was suddenly attacked. There are no signs of battle here, but in such a short period of time, the blood has already reached the stone below. Then, the injury it suffered at that time was definitely not light. It was the ambush here that caused Qin Laoshe to be heavily injured for the first time. Sui Xiaoduo gnashed his teeth in anger. Looking at a large rock on the left in front of him, it was like a screen. The person who had been lying in ambush had suddenly made his move and severely injured Qin Fangyang just as his body landed on the ground before he could fly up. It's on the thigh. So. The enemy launched a sneak attack at such a close distance. However, if it's a weapon, it shouldn't be so long. The wound is bleeding so fast. It's obviously a penetrating wound. If it was only one side of the wound, the blood wouldn't have flowed so fast. A person's nerve reaction is very fast. They would immediately contract the muscles. So, it must be a penetrating wound. In other words, this thing penetrated Qin Laoshe's body. Could it be a hidden weapon? Sui Xiaoduo followed the illusion and shot out the hidden weapon. Then, he followed the direction of the hidden weapon. Finally, on the opposite side of the dark side, on a mountain rock covered with moss, he found a small hole. Smack! Sui Xiaoduo slammed his palm on the mountain rock. The mountain rock shattered inch by inch. 15 inches into the hole, he found a strange iron nail. It was completely black. An iron nail made of star iron, a triangular blade, a hole in the middle, a barb, a blue color, and highly toxic. What a vicious hidden weapon. Sui Xiaoduo gritted his teeth. Sui Xiaonian's eyes were also shining. After searching here, they finally found something. This iron nail was made of star iron. It was made of star iron and stood out from the rest. It was obviously a unique hidden weapon. And this unique hidden weapon was a great clue. Sui Xiaoduo gritted his teeth, but he felt a little excited. Finally, there was a clue. The 4 great families of Shangjing were just being used. However, the person who hid here and launched a sneak attack was the most important. This person had such strength. If he joined forces with the people who chased them before, Qin Fangyang and Shen Zhido would have been killed before they could escape here. Therefore, this person was not in the same group as those people. As long as they were not in the same group, it could be ruled out. It was not those people from the four great families. At this time, if it was not those people from the four great families who attacked, then it was very likely that they were the people behind the scenes. This was very certain. The enemy's hidden weapon should have been aimed at Qin Laosher's chest. However, Laosher suddenly stood up at this time. So, it hit his thigh. Zhuo Xiaoduo simulated it again and finally confirmed it. Then, he deduced it based on the simulation of the chase. There were a total of 5 people who chased after Qin Laosher. And this person who was hiding in the dark is the 6th. Zhuo Xiaoduo and Zhuo Xiaonian checked the location of the hidden person for a long time. However, this place was badly damaged and they could not see anything. After this person attacked, did he continue to attack? Or did he retreat immediately? 3,000 meters up, they finally saw an unprecedentedly chaotic and tragic battlefield. Dark blood stains could be seen almost everywhere. Even though there were meteors crashing down continuously, they still could not eliminate all the traces here. He was intercepted here. The other party formed an encirclement. Zhuo Xiaoduo looked at the messy traces on the scene. Looking at the blood splattering everywhere, it was as if he could see his Laosher engaging in the most desperate battle here. There were enemies everywhere, but he still did not give up and continued to fight. That figure fighting with all his might was so clear. Here, there were still only 5 people who attacked. That is to say, the person who used the hidden weapon did not choose to continue attacking after using the hidden weapon. Instead, he immediately withdrew and left. If that's the case, it's even more obvious that this person is not from those families. Zhuo Xiaoduo confirmed this point. Finally, he felt that there was some direction in front of him. There are 5 people surrounding him from 5 directions. Obviously, all of them are injured. Here, Qin Laosher self-destructed 3 of his doppelgangers. Before he rushed up, Zhuo Xiaoduo's voice gradually became hoarse. Zhuo Xiaonian was silent. She only reached out and held Zhuo Xiaoduo's hand tightly. She could understand Zhuo Xiaoduo's feelings. With Qin Fangyang's cultivation and strength, combined with the characteristics of the 5 directions sword, self-destructing 3 doppelgangers here was equivalent to losing half of his life. Since he still wanted to escape, it proved that the enemy's combat strength was more than half. Along the way, they continued to go up. Along the way to the peak of 7,000 meters, there was already a cliff. The entire mountain was a cliff, and below it was a white fog that rose up into the sky. This is the final battlefield. There was no battle. Qin Laosher risked his life to rush up just to jump down from here. This is something that only a warrior who has experienced hundreds of battles would understand. Jumping off a cliff, no matter how dangerous the cliff is, may not necessarily lead to death. However, dying under the enemy's sword is truly hopeless. Qin Laosher must have had this thought at that time. As long as he jumped down, as long as the cliff was deep enough, no matter what, he could buy himself some time. However, when he struggled to reach here, he was already a lamp that had run out of oil. Before that, the last 2 doppelgangers self-destructed to buy him a chance to jump down. But at that time, the last doppelganger self-destructed. Coupled with the dozens of wounds on his body and the strong poison, he was almost a dead man. Zhuo Xiaoduo gritted his teeth and stood at the edge of the cliff. He muttered, but the people who were chasing after him were still worried. Before they could catch up, they threw their weapons directly and killed him. Tears fell from Zhuo Xiaoduo's eyes. Until now, there was really no hope in his heart. Before this, even if he said that Qin Laosher had passed away, he told himself in his heart that there might still be a chance. However, seeing the traces along the way with his own eyes, the last trace of hope finally disappeared. In this case, even if it was him now, there was no way to survive. There was no hope of survival. What's more, there was the poisonous fog under Death Valley. With Qin Laosher's condition at that time, with his exhausted body, he would definitely die. Zhuo Xiaoduo looked at the rolling fog under the cliff and said firmly, I want to go down. The weapons that were thrown out are also clues. And Qin Laosher's body is still down there. Zhuo Xiaonian said quietly, let's go down together. Okay. The two stood on the cliff, standing at the position where Qin Fangyang had rushed down, and jumped down together. These two children are really. Demon ancestor Lei Changtian, who was invisible in the sky above, sighed helplessly, this death cliff, how can it be so easy to jump down? Jumping down so recklessly, should I say that you are skilled and bold, or that you are ignorant and fearless? He sighed, but still followed. But before he went down, he waved his hand. What he meant was, go back, I'll just watch. In the distance behind him, Baiyun Duo, who was also invisible, stopped with a bitter smile. You'll just watch. If you were reliable. Madam wouldn't have specially asked me to follow you here. But so far, there was really nothing wrong here. With demon ancestor Lei Changtian, who wanted to atone for his sins, and who almost never left his grandfather's side and paid full attention here, it seemed that nothing would really happen. Instead of standing here foolishly, he'd better go back to Shangjing City to take a look. This matter was indeed strange in every way. It was the kind of development that the more he thought about it, the stranger he felt. No matter how he thought about it carefully, he felt that it was somewhat unbelievable. Zhuo Xiaoduo and Zhuo Xiaonian floated down like two feathers. And in the current continuous state of floating down, the two were more and more surprised. Too high. Too deep. Chapter 1099. This mountain peak, according to the visual estimation when they first arrived, was only about 7,000 meters high. However, they did not expect that the height of the cliff on the other side would be so different. It had far exceeded the height of the peak estimated from the front. The so-called height difference here was not simply a few hundred meters or a few thousand meters, but a multiple. It's a bit strange. The height of our fall has exceeded 14,000 meters, which is almost twice the height estimated from the outside. Zhuo Xiaonian whispered to Zhuo Xiaoduo as they descended. Yeah. Zhuo Xiaoduo looked at one side of the cliff. The other side was hidden in the thick fog, about 5,000 meters wide. And this side was like a knife, and it also showed a state of sinking. The lower they fell, the more the cliff on this side was concave. In this case, with Qin Fangyang's physical condition at that time, it was unlikely that he could move to dissipate the force. In addition, there was no obstacle in the air, so there was only one possibility for them to fall to the bottom. At the current known height, they would definitely fall into a meat patty or even a pool of meat sauce. Forget it, let's go to the bottom of the cliff first. Zhuo Xiaoduo pursed his lips. At this time, both of them had seen the strange red and yellow fog below. It was also the world-famous and insurmountable moat of Death Valley. The poisonous fog of Death Valley was a kind of poisonous fog that was known but unknown. It was famous in the world and incurable. Only Zhuo Xiaoduo looked at each other and smiled. Zhuo Xiaonian smiled slightly and stretched out her small white hand. Zhuo Xiaoduo reached out and held it. Suddenly, the two people's spiritual qi, one of water and one of fire, one of cold and one of warm, blended together in a blink of an eye. Then, the two completely different real qis, one white and one red, intertwined to form a strange pink fog, shrouding the two people's bodies. Wherever it passed, all of the poisonous mist was expelled outside of the thick pink mist. The two of them gradually went deeper into the fog layer safely, continuing to go deeper and slowly descending. However, the further down they went, the thicker the poisonous fog became. Slowly, it reached the point where it was almost like a solid layer of clouds. Not only could it completely block one's vision, it was almost at the point where one could reach out and grab it. The two of them couldn't help but be shocked. Since the two of them dared to jump into Death Valley, they were naturally prepared. This could be seen from the confluence of ice and fire that was constructed by the two of them and could block the outside aura from penetrating. However, everything they saw in Death Valley was still far beyond their expectations. Such a thick layer of poisonous fog that was no different from a substance was never seen or heard of before. Zhuo Xiaoduo's face became even more solemn. Under the invasion of such poisonous fog, the possibility of Qin Fangyang surviving after falling down was even lower. Originally, it was already infinitely close to zero. Now, the word close could be removed. 18,000 meters. Zhuo Xiaonian could see Zhuo Xiaoduo's expression and knew what he was thinking. She couldn't help but tighten her grip on Zhuo Xiaoduo's hand. She signaled that she was still beside him. You have to calm down. Zhuo Xiaoduo nodded and held her hand with a little force. As if their hearts were connected, both of them felt at ease. The two of them maintained their current state and continued to descend for more than 5,000 meters. Finally, they saw the ground below. Well, it was not appropriate to say that it was the ground below. That was because there was a huge swamp below. As far as the eye could see, the entire bottom of the canyon was filled with swamps. Looking around, there was actually no solid ground to step on. It was all swamp mud of unknown depth. And on the ground, there was a shallow layer of water of unknown color. Zhuo Xiaonian thought and took out a huge piece of low-grade jade of astral souls from the space ring and threw it down. With a poof, the huge jade of astral souls fell into the swamp, causing mud to splatter everywhere. Then, the two of them were shocked to discover that the outer layer of the extremely sturdy jade of astral souls was emitting thick smoke. It was in a state of rapid corrosion. What was worse was that the jade of astral souls was sinking rapidly along with the bubbles. In the blink of an eye, the top of the jade of astral souls had disappeared. After a while, bubbles started to appear in all directions in the swamp, as if in response. The moment the bubbles burst, poisonous fog appeared and floated upwards. This was probably the source of the poisonous fog that had almost solidified above them. If one were to look at the visual effect, one would see countless colorful bubbles flying upwards if the sun shone on them. It was no different from the soap bubbles made by children. It had a strange and dreamy beauty. However, the destructive power contained within it was so terrifying that it could devour all living things and overturn all living beings. Zhuo Xiaoduo stared blankly. His lips were trembling and his eyes were gradually turning red. Zhuo Xiaonian sighed softly. She hugged Zhuo Xiaoduo and patted his shoulder comfortingly. Zhuo Xiaonian understood Zhuo Xiaoduo's feelings very well. Zhuo Xiaoduo might have felt a little lucky when he saw the swamp. But after considering the height of more than 20,000 meters, the poisonous fog in the middle of the swamp that was almost 10,000 meters thick, and the bottomless poisonous swamp that could swallow all living things, there was really no hope for Qin Fangyang to survive if he jumped down. What's more, once he fell into the swamp, he wouldn't even be able to collect his corpse. He would definitely be corroded and melted the moment he fell into the swamp. Not even his bones would be left behind. At the moment when the astral souls fell into the swamp and smashed into the swamp, Zhuo Xiaonian looked on in surprise. At the moment when Zhuo Xiaoduo's spirit collapsed, there seemed to be a faint wave of spiritual power that fluctuated in this direction. But it disappeared immediately. The swamp at the bottom completely destroyed the only hope left in Zhuo Xiaoduo's heart. Zhuo Xiaoduo felt that his emotions were on the verge of collapse. At this moment, he felt that something was amiss, but it was too subtle. It was like an ant's spiritual energy being stirred. At this moment, Zhuo Xiaoduo couldn't care less about these details. His emotions were on the verge of collapse. He suddenly shouted, even if he died, what about his bones? Will there really be no bones left? Before his voice died away, he suddenly took out the 99 cat hammer and smashed it down in the air with a bang. His ferocious hammer strike was so powerful that it was unimaginable and appalling. Suddenly, a whirlpool with a radius of several feet appeared in the swamp in front of him. Countless amounts of poisonous water and venom surged into the air. At this moment, it was as if the Milky Way was pouring down. Zhuo Xiaoduo and Zhuo Xiaonian stared at the huge pit that was created. It was at least 1,000 meters deep. But they still couldn't see the bottom. At the bottom, there was still a thin layer of mud. And there was nothing in the muddy soup that splashed up. It wasn't just that Zhuo Xiaoduo didn't have what he had been longing for, it was that other than the poison, there was nothing else. Everything that fell into the swamp had really melted away. Zhuo Xiaoduo gritted his teeth and looked at the venom splashing down. He only felt hatred in his chest. Suddenly, he took out a few empty space rings and some bottles and tried to fill them with the venom. Unfortunately, the moment those bottles came into contact with the venom, they were in a state of collapse and melted in the blink of an eye. Zhuo Xiaoduo even tried to seize the opportunity to forcibly store the jade bottles and venom that were about to collapse into the space ring. But in just a moment, even the space ring was melted away. "What are you doing?" Zhuo Xiaonian asked in surprise. "They let my teacher have a taste of this. Naturally, I have to let them have a taste of this too." Zhuo Xiaoduo didn't give up and kept trying. He even took out the 2 used earth hair dryers and started to compress the poisonous fog inside. The earth hair dryers were indeed the most poisonous devices in the world produced by the non-poisonous shaman. They could actually store this kind of poisonous fog. "I don't have the patience to throw them all here. I can only take some of the things here out." At this moment, Zhuo Xiaoduo's face showed an unprecedented ferocity. Zhuo Xiaoduo had already dismantled the non-poisonous shaman's earth hair dryer. However, the true value of the earth hair dryer was the poisonous fog. The earth hair dryer itself was made of precious materials and its structure was not repeated. At this moment, it was compressing the poisonous fog in the poison valley and it was unusually smooth. After several attempts, Zhuo Xiaoduo felt that the poisonous fog in front of him wasn't much worse than the original earth hair dryer, even if it wasn't as good as it was. Or, the earth hair dryer could be used repeatedly. The poisonous fog in this realm was enough to be replenished many times. "Just you wait. I will find all of you murderers and then spray this poisonous fog in your faces and mouths. When these are used up, I will come back for more. I will let you have your fill." Zhuo Xiaonian was dumbfounded as she watched Zhuo Xiaoduo compress the poisonous fog. In just a moment, the poisonous fog that was no less than 1,000 feet in radius was compressed into the Zhao's things. She could not help but be stunned. As the poisonous fog here was cleared, it was quickly replenished from other places. Zhuo Xiaoduo carefully put away the 2 earth hair dryers and said with a dark face, "Let's go." Zhuo Xiaonian nodded and warned, "You have to keep it well. If this thing is leaked, it's okay. It was more dangerous than this before. This thing is very safe." The 2 of them once again activated their martial arts. Water and fire flowed together and rose up. Zhuo Xiaonian looked at the thick white fog that was close at hand and could not help but say, "If the poisonous fog here spreads out, I'm afraid that the surrounding tens of thousands of miles will become a ghost town. Why didn't this poisonous fog spread out?" Zhuo Xiaonian's unintentional words made Zhuo Xiaoduo's whole body tremble. His mind was spinning rapidly. That's right, this mist-like thing was the least weighty. Since it originated from the bottom, as long as there was space above, it could gradually spread. But why did this poisonous fog stop at the halfway point of the mountain and not go up? Not to mention the mountains and cliffs near Death Valley, even the sky above Death Valley was completely free of poison. This went against common sense. Then, what on earth was it that could seal the poisonous fog? Zhuo Xiaoduo's eyes were gradually filled with uncertainty. He said, "Nian Mao, when you came down just now, did you feel the aura of other souls? My wrist is a little swollen. I went for acupuncture." Begging for a voice vote. Chapter 1100. Zhuo Xiaonian was stunned. No. Really? Not at all. Really? Then what about the fluctuation of spiritual sense? Not at all. Zhuo Xiaoduo frowned. Was it just my imagination? He tried to recall carefully. It seemed that there was an extremely small amount of spiritual power that flashed past. Zhuo Xiaoduo was sure. This was definitely not the spiritual power of a human. If this spiritual power was controlled by someone, then this person's cultivation must have reached an unparalleled level. It was so much so that even Elder Wan in the Tianling forest, as well as Sire Shui, didn't possess such meticulous spiritual energy. Zhuo Xiaoduo flew up with Zhuo Xiaonian while staying close to the cliff. He carefully looked for any abnormalities on the cliff. Were there any holes or shallow areas? Perhaps there was some attractive hole that sucked Qin Fangyang in. However, they did not find anything even when they were almost out of the poisonous fog. Zhuo Xiaoduo finally let go of the last bit of luck and could not help but feel disappointed. I didn't find anything. I didn't even find the swords that the enemy threw down. They must have been swallowed and melted by the swamp. Zhuo Xiaoduo was disappointed and returned with Zhuo Xiaonian. After the two of them left. On the ground of the swamp, not far from where the two of them were standing, the space suddenly changed and a huge hole appeared out of thin air. This hole was thousands of meters wide and was more than enough to accommodate an aircraft carrier. A moment later, a humongous head silently stretched out. This head was at least the size of 7 or 8 train engines. A pair of eyes rolled around. It looked up. Just one of its eyes was almost the size of a house. The swamp area seemed to be boiling and rolling, with gurgling waves hundreds of meters high. In the next moment, a huge tail rolled in the swamp, like a person who had slept for a long time suddenly stretching. Countless bubbles popped up and burst, and the poisonous fog in the sky became denser. A muffled voice murmured, "That little thing almost found me just now. It's quite sharp." That was close. His huge eyeballs rolled up and revealed an expression of lingering fear. However, if this look was seen by others, most of the people in Shangjing City would be scared to death. The ancestor said that I can't be discovered by anyone. Once I'm discovered, it will be my end. The voice murmured. But those two little things are obviously so weak. Can they really threaten me? This huge monster that suddenly appeared had 2 strange horns on its head. It murmured, "Whatever, I don't care. What the ancestor said must be true. I just don't know when the ancestor will come back. I'm bored to death here." It wagged its tail gloomily. Then, it rolled its eyes even more gloomily and turned its head to look at its side. It was a person who was covered in wounds and almost cut into pieces. He quietly lay beside the monster. His body was not even as big as the fingernails on the monster's claws. But what should I do about this? The monster looked at the person lying on the ground in distress. The ancestor said that I can't kill. I can't see anyone. I haven't killed anyone before. Even the poisonous gas is blocked by the power of the inner core. I can't see anyone. What should I do? This person was still alive when he fell from the sky. Does this count as breaking the precepts? How depressing. Can't I yawn at any time? Why do I have to yawn at that time? The monster was extremely depressed. This little thing is not good either. How could it fall into my mouth so coincidentally? I'm speechless. If I didn't yawn, this little thing would have fallen to his death, drowned, or poisoned. It has nothing to do with me. How could it fall into my mouth so coincidentally? Now, if he dies, it has something to do with me. Why is this little thing involved with such a strong heavenly fate? If this heavenly fate backfires, I can't bear it. What should I do? It used its little fingernails to carefully turn the person lying quietly on the ground inside, but the injuries on this little thing's body are too serious. Why should I bear the karma of such a person who is bound to die if he dies in my place? Is there any place in this world that is reasonable? If I want to keep this guy alive, I have to use the power of my inner core. Damn it, I'm at a disadvantage. Why am I so unlucky? Hasn't it always been that whoever meets me is unlucky? Why is it that I'm unlucky to meet one after tens of thousands of years? The monster sighed and muttered to itself. Looking at this person who was about to fall apart and whose life force was getting weaker and weaker, it reluctantly stretched its head and dripped a drop of saliva into this person's mouth. Let's maintain it for now. If he completely survives, won't he see me? Once he sees me, won't it mean that I've been seen? If I've been seen, will it mean that I've broken the oath? If I break the oath, won't I be even more unlucky? A drop of the monster's saliva was equivalent to the person lying on the ground taking a bath. His entire body was soaked. Too small. The monster sighed, "You're lucky. This is the water of my inner core." Bored to death, it raised its head and looked at the huge amount of poisonous fog that it had created over the years. In its huge eyes, there was an indescribable desire. When can I go out and play freely? Ancestor. When will my benefactor come? I've waited for so many years. Do you know, the flowers have withered. It's so hard. On one hand, I'm not allowed to see anyone. On the other hand, you said that my benefactor will come. If I don't see anyone, how can there be a benefactor? Boo-hoo. After feeling sorry for itself for a long time, it suddenly thought of something. It lowered its head. Looking at the person lying on the ground, it was bewildered. He was bewildered. This little thing can't be my benefactor, right? If this guy is my benefactor, does it mean that I can go out? The monster's two big eyes blinked and suddenly became excited. It lowered its head and looked at the tattered person on the ground. The saliva in its mouth dripped to 375 meters. Benefactor. You have to be my benefactor. Ah. I'm about to suffocate to death. Don't you have to be my benefactor too? Zhuo Xiaoduo and Zhuo Xiaonian ascended to the top of the mountain dejectedly. Both of them were a little dejected. They had mobilized so many people and tired themselves out all the way. Both of them felt that they had gained nothing. They only gained one iron nail. As for the poisonous fog that Zhuo Xiaoduo collected, both of them didn't feel that it was much of a gain. It was just a little bit of poison. What was the use of it? Whether it was Zhuo Xiaoduo or Zhuo Xiaonian, they had always collected a lot of things. They didn't care about this little thing at all. Lei Changtian followed closely behind and ascended from below. He didn't go to the bottom. He protected them from afar in the poisonous fog. Seeing this thick poisonous fog, Lord Demon Ancestor wanted to collect some for backup at the first moment. If he encountered a large-scale battle formation of enemies that he couldn't deal with, this thing was simply a necessary weapon in battle. When the time came that it would melt a large area in an instant. What a good thing. However, Lord Demon Ancestor didn't have this kind of equipment. He could only look at it enviously. Hearing that these two treasures weren't even in his eyes, he couldn't help but feel a toothache. I don't know what to say. With this thing, it can guarantee that you can keep your life even if you're surrounded by millions of demons. You actually don't think of it as a toy. But I can't collect it at all. I'm so angry that my liver hurts. Sigh, those who really know and understand good things can't get good things. On the contrary, those who don't know anything are so lucky. Lei Changtian looked up at the sky and sighed. When I was young, I played Golden Flower with Zhuo Changchang and the others. After a while, I would catch 3 leopards. They encouraged me to take the initiative to open my cards. When I understood that it was the biggest, I didn't even play Golden Flower anymore, let alone leopards. Every time I played, I lost so much that I lost my underwear. I suspect that those guys cheated. I guess Sua Chang cheated. First, he made me addicted, then he made me lose. Finally, I gave him an IOU. Later, the IOU was as thick as a palm. He seduced my daughter. I've been smart all my life, but I'm stupid now. Sigh, the past is like smoke, it's not worth mentioning. Sua Xiaoduo and Lei Changtian shot straight up from the bottom of the cliff like a rocket. They rushed straight into the air and then slowly descended. Their chi surged, completely dispersing the remaining poisonous fog in the surroundings. Then, the duo stared blankly. Because in front of the duo, there were actually 5 black-clothed masked men standing quietly at the edge of the cliff. Many pairs of bright eyes looked at the two of them. Their gazes were full of interest, as well as indescribable cruelty. Sua Xiaoduo, have you discovered anything after entering the bottom of the cliff? The black-clothed man in the middle, his black robe fluttering in the long wind high in the sky. His voice was like the sound of metal clashing, sonorous and powerful. Sua Xiaoduo stopped in midair and narrowed his eyes. Who are you people? You actually dare to block my way here? Don't tell me you haven't heard of the great name of Iron Fist Young Master Sua Xiaoduo? Sua Xiaoduo snorted. Iron Fist Young Master, he. The leader of the black-clothed men smiled faintly. Don't play Zhao's tricks in front of me. You, Sua Xiaoduo, are known as the Iron Fist Young Master, but your true ability is your sword. The black-clothed man's eyes had a playful look. He said faintly, Nimble Cat Sword, I'm right, aren't I? I'm taking a leave of absence today. I'm feeling very down. My language teacher passed away, so I have to go back. It's very sad. I still remember that year when my teacher finished reading my essay on the podium, he sighed and said, this child can be a writer in the future. When I was at my wit's end, this sentence supported my online literature career that I'm sorry for today. Brothers and sisters. Chapter 1101. The eyes of the other 4 masked men in black also flashed with mockery. This kid actually wants to show off his cleverness in front of us Jianghu veterans? Trying to surprise us with a sword at a crucial moment. These are all leftovers from our games. Can your title of Iron Fist Young Master be used to deceive us? Your hidden weapons and small gourds are also useless. The leader of the masked men in black looked coldly at Sua Xiaoduo, like a cat toying with a mouse. Once again, he pointed out one of Sua Xiaoduo's trump cards. Childish. The 5 of them laughed at the same time. Momentum surged. An inexplicable momentum suddenly spread out. It was as vast as the sky, as strong as the mountains, as steady as the earth, and as vast as the sky. The momentum suddenly increased and surged in the air. Sua Xiaoduo and Sua Xiaonian looked at each other, a trace of caution in their eyes. Momentum. The momentum of these 5 people was already very strong. Even though it was just one of them, the momentum that belonged to flying in the sky was already as strong as a mountain. At this moment, the momentum of these 5 people was linked together into one, as if they were inseparable from the vast sky and the earth. Vast, broad, and unshakable. But now, at this moment, the 5 of them stood side by side on the cliff. Their meaning was simple and straightforward. Sua Xiaoduo and Sua Xiaonian wanted to land, and they were not happy to see it. Sua Xiaonian stood in the air, her white robe fluttering in the wind. Her voice was cold and clear. So what if you know our movements like the back of your hand? I have to thank all of you for your actions. Since you've been hiding and not moving, no matter how much I investigate, I can't find your whereabouts. Your ability to hide your tracks is really amazing. You suddenly appeared, but it gave me a chance to face you directly. However, I'm very curious. Why did all of you come out so openly this time? Sua Xiaonian's status in the 9 Heavens Pavilion was no longer what it used to be. Although she still spoke to Sua Xiaoduo's parents in the same tone as before, when facing outsiders, her bearing as a superior was naturally revealed. Her words were majestic and awe-inspiring. Her question was exactly what Sui Xiaoduo was curious about. Previously, no matter how hard they tried, they couldn't find anything. Their clues were almost completely cut off. How did it come out on its own this time? This action left a trace, and it was very likely that the previously broken clues were once again connected. We naturally have our reasons for coming out. The eyes of the leader of the masked men flickered. Although it was very subtle, Sui Xiaoduo could still see a flash of annoyance in her eyes. Annoyed? Sui Xiaoduo was stunned. Why should he be upset? The other party's series of actions could be said to be flawless, without any flaws. Moreover, it was unexpected and meticulous. Including the current action, it was far beyond the two of them. Then, why should he be upset? The only reason for this was that Sui Xiaoduo was deep in thought. Then, he said indifferently, "You guys saw me leaving the city and were afraid that I would run away. That's why he took action in advance." The leader of the masked men snorted, "You're still wet behind the ears. You think too highly of yourself." Sui Xiaoduo said with a smile, "There's no need to quibble. If you weren't afraid that I would run away, why would you follow me here? Based on what you've done before, how could you reveal your flaws so easily?" At this moment, his brain was working vigorously. He said, "So your target is really me. You're just waiting to finish me off to complete your mission. Or should I say, only by finishing me off can you be considered to have completed your mission." The eyes of the 5 masked men in black did not change. They just looked at him coldly. "No, that's not right either. You guys spent so much effort, but the true intention in your bones was to lead me to Shangjing?" Sui Xiaoduo thought and said, "But based on your huge power and strength. If you just wanted to kill me, why did you have to lead me to Shangjing? So many twists and turns, so much time and effort. But you guys just had to set up such a trap. Why is that? It's very thought-provoking. You'd rather do things in the most troublesome way to lead me to Shangjing? After I arrived, you guys could still bide your time and remain calm. But when I left the city, you guys became anxious and didn't hesitate to show up for a while." Sui Xiaoduo smiled meaningfully. "Tell me, your many actions are thought-provoking?" The 5 of them still did not say a word, but their eyes were getting colder and colder. "Then can I understand that? Because of a special reason, you need to target me and kill me. But to kill me, you need to do it in a suitable place. The suitable place you preset is Shangjing. You have to kill me in Shangjing." Sui Xiaoduo murmured, "If you use this as an inference, you can't let me die outside of Shangjing. You should want to capture me alive and use me to do something in Shangjing. And for this matter, why didn't you do it earlier or later? Why did you choose to do it at this time? Is it because the time is not right? Or maybe the other conditions are not right, but you took the initiative to jump out now. It can only be that the time is almost right. Are you afraid that I'll run away? So you don't dare to wait any longer? What if I go too far away, and the time is difficult to adjust, then your plan can't be carried out? This should be the most intuitive reason, right?" Sui Xiaoduo let out a long breath and said, "I think I seem to have understood something." The leader of the black-clothed men said lightly, "What do you understand?" "What can you understand?" Sui Xiaoduo said lightly, "As long as you trace the matter back to its origin, you will naturally understand. There is only one big thing that is about to happen recently. And this thing is the dragons fighting for the heritage. My teacher Qin was not schemed against for the quota of the dragons fighting for the heritage. He was schemed against because I was of some use to the dragons fighting for the heritage." Sui Xiaoduo's face showed a thoughtful expression, "But what use do I have to the dragons fighting for the heritage? Is it worth it for you to plot against me? Teacher Qin didn't reveal anything about the dragons fighting for the heritage to me before. Before I arrived in Shangjing, I knew very little about the so-called dragons fighting for the heritage. The eyes of the black-clothed masked man did not waver. He just looked at Zhuo Xiaoduo coldly. No matter what you guessed or know, it is meaningless to you. Zhuo Xiaoduo, your life will end today. Zhuo Xiaoduo laughed and said, at least tens of thousands of people have said this to me before, but until today, I am still alive and well. On the contrary, the people who said these words are already dead. The black-clothed masked man half closed his eyes and said deeply, who will die? Zhuo Xiaoduo, you will know. You will know soon. Zhuo Xiaoduo smiled and nodded, of course, of course. As long as you make a move, everything will be clear. But why are you still not moving? Why are you still standing there like a wooden stake? The black-clothed masked man's leader said lightly, the road to the underworld is long, lonely, and infinitely desolate. Once you step on that road, there will not be so many people to talk to you anymore. Zhuo Xiaoduo, are you in such a hurry to be on your way? Zhuo Xiaoduo said admiringly, Your Excellency, you even know the feeling of stepping on the road to the underworld so clearly. It seems that you must have a lot of experience. You are so old, it is not surprising that you have such experience. But I am curious, who gave you this experience? Your father? Your mother? Your wife? Your son? Or your whole family has been gone for generations? The black-clothed masked man's eyes emitted a bloody light, and he said word by word, Zhuo Xiaoduo, you will pay for what you said. Next to him, a black-clothed masked man looked at Zhuo Xiaoyan, whose clothes were fluttering in the air, licked his lips and said, Brothers, I don't care how you deal with this kid. But I have to taste this spiritual goddess first. Next to him, several black-clothed masked men laughed together, not only you have to taste her, all of us have to taste her. At most, we will let you have the first taste. Zhuo Xiaoyan's eyes became colder and colder. Zhuo Xiaoduo's killing intent suddenly rose, unprecedentedly fierce and cold. If so, what are you waiting for? Zhuo Xiaoduo stretched out his hand, and the cat's spirit sword was already in his hand, shining with cold light. Since you also know that my swordsmanship is unparalleled, today I will use this sword to send you on your way, and let you know that my reputation is not in vain. The five of them were naturally not in a hurry. They had the advantage in numbers, tyrannical strength, and had their feet on the ground, without any losses. On the other hand, Zhuo Xiaoduo and Zhuo Xiaoyan had been standing in the air, and had just climbed up from the cliff, so their losses were definitely not small. The longer this stalemate dragged on, the more advantageous it would be for them. Although they were all full of confidence, everyone was very clear in their hearts. No matter which one of the young boy and girl in front of them, their battle strength could not be underestimated. Especially this spiritual goddess, who had already become a legend in the whole of Shangjing City. It was said that many Sky Soar realm experts had fallen in her hands. The strength of this woman's battle prowess, coupled with her current age, was truly shocking. If not for this, why would so many Sky Soar realm experts be dispatched this time to kill her? Suddenly, the cold air in the air intensified. An extremely cold aura suddenly appeared, instantly covering the entire mountain peak. Zhuo Xiaoyan's extremely cold aura suddenly spread out, and the Spirit Snatcher sword flashed with a cold light, sword chi filling the sky. Just a moment ago, Zhuo Xiaoyan and Zhuo Xiaoduo had already come up with a countermeasure, or rather, a tacit understanding. At this time, the other party, who did not know Zhuo Xiaoduo's true battle strength, was wary of Zhuo Xiaoyan, which was more reasonable. Since that was the case, why not let Zhuo Xiaoyan take the lead? By attracting the enemy's battle strength, Zhuo Xiaoduo, who had reserved his strength and trump cards, could find an opportunity to break through the enemy's gap. Sister Nian. You deal with 4, I'll help you hold back 1. Find an opportunity to stand on the cliff, then wait for an opportunity to break through. Zhuo Xiaoduo shouted. Okay. Zhuo Xiaoyan's eyes were cold, and the Spirit Snatcher sword flashed, covering the entire mountain peak in ice and snow. Originally, I wanted to delay the other party's real purpose, but seeing that everyone doesn't understand, there's no point in keeping them in suspense. Chapter 11:02. As the cold light covered the sky and covered the earth, the five people's expressions were still disdainful, but their eyes were solemn. Although they were insulting the other party as much as possible, hoping to exhaust the other party's mental strength to the greatest extent and disrupt the other party's mentality. However, they didn't dare to underestimate the combat strength of the spiritual thought goddess at all. They knew one thing very well. If it was a one-on-one battle, they might be the one to be killed. Absolute chill, freezing for an instant. This was not a joke. It was a fact that had been proven through battle results over and over again. This so-called instant was not just a description of speed, but a deeper meaning was that even time and space could be frozen. Facing such an enemy, even if the other party's realm was a full level lower, her combat strength was definitely not to be underestimated, and her lethality was definitely considerable. In order to be safe, they had information and research on almost every battle since the spiritual thought goddess entered the Nine Heavens Pavilion, especially during the period when she ascended to the nascent profound. The general conclusion they came to after brainstorming was that if this spiritual thought goddess broke through to the Ascension realm, they would at least need to send out a Tao integration expert to deal with her. Just based on the level of strength she displayed in her last attack, an ordinary Ascension expert would not be able to deal with her. And this so-called ordinary Ascension expert referred to those above the mid-level Ascension realm, or even the high-level Ascension realm. There was a need to explain a little here. Those who were suppressed at the peak of the nascent profound realm did not break through to the Ascension realm more than 3 times were considered ordinary Ascension experts. Those who ascended to the Ascension realm basically did not go through the suppression of true Yuan, nor did they achieve it through external forces. This realm was originally a realm that external forces could not reach. Those who could reach this realm were all former so-called geniuses. This was the lower limit. 3 to 6 times belonged to the Ascension realm, the geniuses of geniuses. At the very least, they had to be at this level to have the possibility of advancing further. Of course, it was only a possibility. 6 to 9 times basically belonged to the legendary Ascension realm experts. There was a more appropriate way to describe them, Heavenly King seedlings. In other words, those who suppressed 6 to 9 times to break through to the Ascension realm had a relatively higher chance of reaching the Heavenly King level in the future. The more they suppressed, the higher the limit, and the higher the chance of reaching the Heavenly King level. Therefore, there was a fundamental difference between Ascension and Ascension. Even if they were both at the peak of the Ascension realm, the difference in strength could be as great as heaven and earth. Some could even crush another to death with their aura alone. Or one move to determine life and death. This kind of thing, although mysterious, was actually very common. However, it was within reason. And this time, the ones sent to deal with Zhuo Xiaoduo and Zhuo Xiaonian were all Skysoar realm geniuses. Furthermore, all 5 of them were at the pinnacle of Skysoar realm. The root of this battle was naturally to target Zhuo Xiaoduo. However, if they wanted to target Zhuo Xiaoduo, they couldn't avoid Zhuo Xiaonian. Therefore, in reality, these people were here to target Zhuo Xiaonian. As for Zhuo Xiaoduo, a mere junior, sending out one was already too much. Cold light flashed and the ground froze. Zhuo Xiaonian's spirit snatcher instantly slashed 400 times. Ding, ding, ding. The sword tip collided with the weapons of the 4 enemies for a total of 400 times. Zhuo Xiaonian was actually attacking 4 pinnacle Skysoar realm experts at the same time. The moment she started, the scene became extremely intense. The 4 of them didn't dare to be negligent. They raised their spirits and used all their strength to block the attacks while also preparing to counterattack. However, the moment the sharp sword tip came into contact with their weapons, the 4 of them felt a bone-chilling coldness seeping into their palms, wrists, and meridians from their weapons. The primordial yang qi in their dantians quickly rose to disperse the coldness. However, they still couldn't help but shiver. They couldn't help but exclaim in their hearts. If they hadn't made preparations beforehand, they might not have been able to take down this lass. The four of them were of the same mind. They exerted their strength together and didn't retreat an inch. Their feet were like nails that were nailed to the edge of the cliff. The abnormally strong force sent Sui Xiaoyan flying. These people had clearly made up their minds to prevent her from flying up the cliff. As long as this continued, no matter how talented she was, she would only be exhausted if she continued to float in the air for a long time. The four experts were in no hurry to take down Sui Xiaoyan in one go. If they went to the extreme, they would definitely have to pay a price. Moreover, it was very likely that the price would be very heavy. It might even cost 2 lives or their futures. However, such a price was too heavy. They might as well slowly grind it out. Sui Xiaoyan's body was agile and graceful. She retreated and advanced as soon as she touched them. She was like a phantom, constantly attacking from all directions. It was as if she didn't care about the consumption of her spiritual energy at all. Although the four of them didn't understand why this goddess of spiritual thoughts was so inexperienced in battle and only knew how to attack like a boorish man, she didn't know that this situation was exactly what they wanted. They were frantically attacking and exhausting their spiritual energy. From beginning to end, they maintained a calm situation where 2 of them were attacking with all their might while the other 2 were conserving their spiritual energy. How could they not win if they fought steadily? After all, she's still inexperienced. This little girl is overconfident in her strength. She doesn't know when to advance or retreat. She doesn't understand the true mystery of tactics. Although the 4 of them were shocked by Sui Xiaoyan's sharp offensive, there was no lack of disdain in their hearts. On the other side, the one who was fighting Sui Xiaoduo alone had already gained the upper hand. He was beating Sui Xiaoduo until he was staggering and battered. Sui Xiaoduo's cat spirit sword and various hidden weapons were endless and wonderful. He tried his best to seize the edge of the cliff and gain a foothold. However, in the face of the opponent's absolute strength, he was in an awkward situation where he couldn't do anything at all. He didn't know how many of the various jade hidden weapons that made him famous had flown out. However, the situation this time was fundamentally different from the past. There was a great disparity in strength. In the end, the opponent didn't even try to dodge. Even if he was hit, he would only feel a slight pain on his body. Sui Xiaoduo's hidden weapons were simply unable to break through the opponent's protective spiritual energy. They were simply too small and too weak. Sui Xiaoduo's face was filled with anxiety. He was using the same move that made him famous, the Flaming Sun of the Flaming Sun scripture, to the extreme. His entire body was like a small sun, dancing continuously. The cold sword light was like the true flames of the sun, filling the sky with flowing clouds. The power of this move couldn't be said to be very strong. Even the Skysoar realm expert who had suppressed Sui Xiaoduo to the point of being at an absolute disadvantage was full of praise in his heart. As expected of the continent's #1 genius. At such a young age, he had already reached the returning profound realm. Although he was suppressed, he wasn't willing to give up. In fact, he was far from collapsing and was still fighting tenaciously. With this kind of performance, whether it was cultivation, strength, mentality, or even fighting spirit, every aspect was first class. If he was able to fight with him on the ground, his attack power and lethality would probably increase by another level. At that time, he might not be able to take him down. At the very least, if Sui Xiaoduo wanted to take advantage of the opening to escape, he might not be able to control the situation. There was no place that he could grab. The sword light suddenly changed from a drizzle to a torrential downpour. It was like a flash flood, with huge waves surging to the sky. The power was getting crazier and crazier. Countless shadows of hidden weapons flew out from all kinds of tricky angles, using all kinds of methods to attack. This generation's genius is indeed worthy of his reputation. It's a pity that he has reached the point of exhaustion. As the saying goes, the first drum builds up the spirit, the second will weaken, and the third will be exhausted. If he can't take down his opponent in this final battle, he will only exhaust his strength. How can he continue? The Skysoar realm expert became more and more spirited. While praising in his heart, he didn't show the slightest bit of negligence. Even though he felt that he had the entire situation under control and had the absolute upper hand, he couldn't afford to slack off in this kind of situation. As someone who boasted that he had the entire situation under control, he was the one who dared to be distracted the most at this moment. Comparing the two, he realized that Zhuo Xiaoduo's battle experience was much richer than the spiritual thought goddess beside him. In other words, if the spiritual thought goddess had such battle experience and reacted at the last minute, perhaps she really wouldn't be able to keep him here today. Countless hidden weapons converged into a great river. The torrential downpour of pear blossoms was everywhere. Even a small gourd under his feet would mysteriously explode. Good technique, really good technique. The Skysoar realm expert brandished his long sword to protect himself. He said indifferently, "Unfortunately, in the face of absolute strength, your techniques are useless. After all, they're just small tricks that can't be used in public." Zhuo Xiaoduo was sweating profusely. He glared at the Skysoar realm expert fiercely. Whether it's useful or not, no one knows until the end. In this life, you and I are absolutely irreconcilable. It's a pity that your life ends today. Old bastard, who are you guys? Why are you deliberately targeting me? Zhuo Xiaoduo was sweating profusely. His eyes were red, but he was still waving his sword with all his might. Although he was anxious, his swordsmanship wasn't messed up at all. After hundreds of crazy collisions, Zhuo Xiaoduo let out a loud cry and flew out like a kite with a broken string. On the other side, Zhuo Xiaonian was also sent flying backward. Both of them were repelled at the same time. The 5 people looked at each other, but it was a warning to each other: be careful of tricks. Just as expected, Zhuo Xiaoduo was sent flying backward. Zhuo Xiaonian followed closely behind. Then, in the air, she landed on Zhuo Xiaoduo with one foot. Now that she had a chance to recover, she exhaled a mouthful of turbid qi, took a deep breath, and swallowed a handful of elixirs. Zhuo Xiaoduo fell after being stepped on by Zhuo Xiaonian. Carrying Zhuo Xiaonian, the two of them quickly descended from the cliff. When this scene fell into the eyes of the 5 people above, their eyes all narrowed, and they secretly knew that things were not good. This move was out of everyone's expectations. Both of them were in the air, and both of them were using each other as leverage. It was a clever move. Although the one being leveraged would lose a lot of energy in an instant, it was an excellent way to deal with the current extreme situation. With the foundation of both of them, just a moment of recovery was enough to give them a lot of leeway. As expected of a combat genius. Chapter 1103. The reality was just as the 5 of them had predicted. When the 2 of them flew up again, it was Zhuo Xiaoduo who was on top. Obviously, after Zhuo Xiaonian had used the same method to release the turbid qi in her chest, Zhuo Xiaoduo had done the same thing. By the time the 2 of them flew back up, they had already recovered to their peak condition. The battle started again and continued. However, the 5 people above didn't panic at all. Even if you can use this method to struggle at death's door and continue this battle of trapped beasts, can you do this forever? How many times could he recover like this? It had to be known that doing this was not without loss. Moreover, what was lost was the source. The so-called recovery, the so-called spirit and vitality, was actually a loss of one's life essence, a loss of the upper limit of one's foundation. After the 2 of them flew out, they continued to fight according to their original plan. The battle became more and more intense. They were sent flying several times in a row, and then they borrowed each other's strength to charge up. The 5 of them fought steadily and unhurriedly. After a few attacks, they gradually formed a clear boundary. The four of them were fully focused on dealing with Zhuo Xiaoyan because they found that the cold power of the spiritual thought goddess's attacks was getting stronger and stronger. Zhuo Xiaoyan's face gradually turned pale. He was clearly burning his source energy. Seeing the danger of the battle, he had no choice but to go to the extreme. In that case, he definitely couldn't let her rush up. He had to keep his feet on the ground. This would be the most crucial moment in this battle. On the other hand, Zhuo Xiaoduo's situation was just as the previous contestants had predicted. His attack power had dropped, and it was getting weaker and weaker. Now, it looked like his attack was getting more ferocious, but the purity of his power was showing a real decline. They didn't discover it, or rather, they discovered it, but they didn't care. His original standing position was gradually losing its shape. The four of them gathered together and faced the northeast, working together to attack Zhuo Xiaoyan. On the other side, there was a lone person who had distanced himself from the four of them by about 3 meters. Furthermore, he was facing the southeast and was resisting Zhuo Xiaoduo alone. After an hour-long battle, everyone felt that they had a good understanding of each other's opponents. As long as they continued to fight steadily and maintain the current situation, everyone was confident that they could take down their opponents within 10 minutes. At this point, with everyone's thousands of years of battle experience, the two juniors in front of them were already in the bag. Even if it had wings, it would be difficult for it to fly, and it would not be able to fly out of his palm. However, the more it was like this, the more he was unwilling to pay the price. For example, a veteran fisherman wouldn't be in a hurry to catch a fish after it was hooked. If he acted too hastily, it might cause the tangent to be unhooked. The proper thing to do was to slip away until the fish flipped over and calmly enter the cage. In their eyes, Zhuo Xiaoduo and Zhuo Xiaoyan were already fishes on the hook. He was calm, confident, and full of confidence. No matter how much the fish struggled, I held on to the fishing rod tightly. After a few more minutes, everything would be under our control. Even the 5 of them began to release their spiritual power, aura, and divine sense at the same time, slowly seeping down the cliff bit by bit. This entire space was woven into a huge net, leaving no loopholes at all. Want to run? Want to escape? Impossible. As time went on, Zhuo Xiaoduo's situation became more and more difficult. It became more and more difficult to continue, and they were in imminent danger. The two of them were panting and sweating profusely, and it seemed that they would not be able to hold on any longer. Everyone knew that the final moment of this battle was coming. The 5 masked men in black saw that victory was in their hands, but they remained calm, and each of them was fully prepared. The large net that surrounded Zhuo Xiaoduo and Zhuo Xiaoyan was formed majestically, and they were on guard at all times. As long as there were no accidents, this battle would inevitably become a textbook battle. The 5 of them besieged 2 juniors, and they were a whole realm higher than the other party. It was obvious that they were bullying the weak, but why did they still fight so steadily? How could they have the nerve to say that this battle would become a textbook battle? How could there be such shameless people in this world? Come, let me tell you in detail. This difference was not about being shameless, nor was it about bullying the weak, but it was about the difference between an experienced person and a hothead. Why? Naturally, it was because of the word genius. Why did they have to fight like this to deal with geniuses? Because another loud bang resounded. Zhuo Xiaoduo let out a scream, and Zhuo Xiaoyan let out a muffled groan. The two of them staggered and rolled as they were sent flying. Similar situations had happened several times, but this time, the leader of the masked men in black's eyes flashed, and he shouted, "Attack!" The previous few times when Zhuo Xiaoduo and Zhuo Xiaoyan retreated, he remained unmoved and only observed, fearing that there might be a trap. However, after a few similar situations, he was finally sure. It was fine. The other party was really an arrow at the end of its flight. In this world, there was no profound recapture realm cultivator who could last for such a long time under the joint attack of 5 peak skysoars. They wouldn't even have the chance to retreat and recover, and would have been captured long ago. Zhuo Xiaoduo and Zhuo Xiaonian were pushed back 7 times in a row, but they were still able to hold on. It wasn't an exaggeration to say that even skysoars of the same realm and cultivation could only be described as rare for them to be able to hold on until now. Based on this conclusion, even if Zhuo Xiaoduo and Zhuo Xiaonian hadn't reached the point of exhaustion, they were at least arrows at the end of their flight. This was the perfect time to attack. In an instant, the 5 of them soared into the sky like 5 goshawks. They were like the overlords of the sky, hunting rabbits. It was a piece of cake. At this moment, the 5 of them were moving at an extremely fast speed, displaying their full strength. The 5 of them had a plan in mind. At this critical moment, even if Zhuo Xiaonian and Zhuo Xiaoduo wanted to self-detonate, it was already too late. At this moment, Zhuo Xiaoduo roared, "I'll fight it out with you." The 5 of them snorted. This brat wants to fight with his life. However, at this moment, they saw Zhuo Xiaoduo suddenly flip over and stand up like a dragon. At the same time, the cultivation technique he displayed jumped from the first layer of the Flaming Sun Sutra, Flaming Sun, to the second layer, Flaming Sun. Golden Sunday Zhu Rong's primordial fire origin spirit converged and flowed out. Countless small gourds turned into fireflies that filled the sky, mixed with 15 cold stars. The galaxy collapsed. It was the starry sky indestructible stone. A hexagram. Just like how the other party had waited patiently for an opportunity to make a move and end this battle after waiting patiently for so long. Similarly, after enduring for countless times, Zhuo Xiaoduo finally got the opportunity to attack. The other party was greedy for victory and did not care about losing. They attacked with all their might. This was the best opportunity so far. Your time is ripe. Our time is ripe too. Both parties' concerns were the same from the start. If they fought head-on, it would only be a matter of life and death. They could not capture him alive. Both parties' goals were the same from the start. They had to capture him alive. At this moment, both parties' feelings were the same. They could capture him alive. The moment the countless hidden weapons were shot out, 2 huge hammers appeared in their hands. One was yin and one was yang, one was white and one was black. The mysterious energy converged into one and suddenly stirred up a storm. When the 2 hammers appeared, one above and one below suddenly pulled apart. At the same time, a gate to hell suddenly appeared. It was Zhuo Xiaoduo's version of the 1,000 Souls Nightmare Hammer, descending into the world. At the same time, Zhuo Xiaonian also let out a shrill cry. Her delicate body suddenly turned around and shot back. The clear blade of the sword suddenly became 10 times colder. The ice spirit, who had been hiding all this time, suddenly showed up. A surge of extreme coldness that was far more powerful than before swept out. Not only did it cover the 5 people, but it also covered the area with a radius of several thousand meters behind the 5 of them. Although it was not frozen for 1,000 miles, it was frozen for 3,000 feet. It only lasted for a moment. The moment Zhuo Xiaonian attacked, Lei Changtian, who was watching the battle from the 9 heavens, immediately confirmed that the space below had turned into a huge ice block. Mysterious ice block. In this ice block, even time seemed to have stopped because of the extreme coldness. Even space seemed to have been separated from this part of the world. Only a ray of cold light and a ray of red light shot out from inside. Puff! 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 Countless small gourds rained down on the bodies of the 5 Skysoar realm experts. However, they were still shattered, unable to break through the 5 people's protective true energy. Unfortunately, before the 5 people could heave a sigh of relief, they suddenly felt a slight pain in several parts of their bodies. Immediately, they felt as if their flesh was being squeezed and penetrated. Before they could even figure out what was going on, the 2 hammers and the sword had already arrived in front of them. The leader of the masked men in black exerted all his strength to dispel the extreme cold that covered his body with great difficulty. The moment he regained his mobility, the sudden attack came. He raised his sword to block, but his body inexplicably stiffened again. When he was horrified, the spirit-snatching sword had already rushed past his sword with a whistling sound. The treasured sword that had not suffered any damage after colliding with Zhuo Xiaoyan's spirit-snatcher sword thousands of times was now easily cut apart like a weed. Following that, he felt a chill on his shoulders and a pain in his dantian. His entire body gave birth to a strange feeling of floating. Then, he felt a chill from his knees. Both his arms and legs had been separated from his body. Even his dantian had been frozen. Both his shoulders and his abdomen had been pierced by something unknown. The leader did not even have time to scream. He could only watch as Zhuo Xiaoyan rushed past him with a cold face. On the other side, Zhuo Xiaoduo brazenly sent the other party flying with a strike of his hammer. The landing point was very ingenious. It was precisely the dantian. A scorching hot flame flowed into his dantian. Zhu Rong's true fire directly ignited the other party's true origin. With a boom, that person's entire body was set ablaze. That person screamed miserably. However, with his true origin burning in his dantian, he could not even self-destruct. Yet, he still did not die. The pain at this moment was simply indescribable. Here, Zhuo Xiaoduo's twin hammers intertwined with yin and yang, forming a strange spinning force. It collected the arms and legs of the Zhuo Xiaoyan that had been cut off in midair. Then, he smashed the nearest one with his hammer, and turned it into a blazing torch in the mysterious ice aura. Chapter 1104. After successively succeeding, Zhuo Xiaoduo placed Zhuo Xiaoyan's severed arms and legs behind her buttocks as he muttered to himself. There's still spatial equipment on it. Nian Nian's personality isn't good. She's too prodigal. She only cares about fighting and collecting the opponent's heads. She didn't even remember to collect the rings. This isn't a good habit. I must severely criticize her in the future. She really doesn't know the value of money until she's in charge. How do you think your husband's net worth of trillions was accumulated? It's so hard to earn money. With another muffled boom, the profound ice force field was finally broken. The last person screamed and threw out all the weapons in his hands as hidden weapons. Flowers bloomed in all directions. Then, he turned around and ran as fast as lightning. However, as soon as he turned around, a tragic howl was heard. He didn't know what hidden weapon had hit him, but it couldn't heal. The wound continued to worsen, and the pain gradually intensified. Especially when he used all his strength to escape, he suddenly felt as if his internal organs were being torn apart. He endured the pain and ran 100 meters away. Suddenly, a fiery light came at him like a falling meteor, crashing into his crotch. Ouch! The last Skysoar expert hugged his crotch with both hands and howled miserably. His eyes almost popped out of their sockets. The one who had caused the meteor to fall was naturally Xiao. The Demon Clan's seventh prince, who was ambushed by Zhuo Xiaoduo, had a small three-legged golden crow. It was extremely accurate, or perhaps it was just a coincidence that it bumped into the other party's weakest spot. Suddenly, the smell of barbecue filled the air. Xiao directly passed through. This bird has never lost in a fight between rookies. I don't care if you're a meat bird or a chicken, I'll barbecue you. The opponent's that thing was burned by his high temperature. Not even a drop of blood flowed out as it dried up. It could be said to be a perfect operation. Zhuo Xiaoduo's figure flashed past like lightning and slapped the back of the person's head who was still screaming miserably. He knocked the person out cleanly, and only then did he carry the body that was still twitching in pain and flew back in a carefree manner. He kicked the bodies of the two burning torches and withdrew the Zhu Rong real fire that had ignited the Dantian real fire. He then gathered the three charcoal-like fellows in the middle. On the other side, the Zhuoxiaonian had already kicked the two men who had lost their arms and legs like two round tops. The five brothers were finally reunited. At the very least, compared to a few breaths ago, when he was in high spirits and full of confidence, everything was within his grasp, it was poles apart. All five of them were still alive. Not only because of their profound cultivation, but also because Zhuo Xiaoduo and Zhuo Xiaonian had painstakingly planned for such a long time. This was the result that they had to achieve. All these things seem to take a long time to describe, but in fact, it only took a few blinks of the eye. It was done in the blink of an eye, without the slightest bit of sloppiness. Out of the five, 3 were unconscious, and the other 2 were still conscious. At this moment, they were looking at Zhuo Xiaoduo and Zhuo Xiaonian with anger and despair. It's over. These two little bastards actually hid their strength so well. But in the midst of despair, the 5 of them were also extremely confused and felt that it was inconceivable. They couldn't understand it at all. Just a moment ago, they had the upper hand. How did the situation suddenly take a turn for the worse? Of course, the other party had hidden their strength, and they had indeed caught them off guard. But how could the 5 of them not be able to withstand a single blow? How could he suddenly be disabled without any reaction at all? These two people's cultivation techniques were indeed powerful. But even if the strength that erupted at the end was stronger than theirs, and the situation was indeed unexpected, it didn't feel that they were absolutely undefeatable. What was going on? Zhuo Xiaoduo and Zhuo Xiaonian looked at each other, and faintly felt that the current situation was a little too smooth. It was true that the two of them had planned this for a long time, and their calculations were meticulous. However, in their original plan, they had never dared to think that they could capture all 5 of them alive in the face of these 5 experts, no matter how idealistic they were. They even thought about how to avoid a situation where both sides would suffer if the other party counterattacked. This was also the strategy that the two of them had decided from the beginning to show weakness. After fighting for a long time, they finally waited for the other party to attack with all their strength, and the opportunity to counterattack appeared. Even if they waited until now, even in the most ideal situation, they would only be able to capture 2 or 3 of the other party. It was inevitable that 2 or even 3 of the other party would escape. The other party was really a peak Skysore realm expert, and each of them was a wily old fox. Even if they fell into a trap and fell into a passive position, their reaction speed wouldn't be too slow. They definitely wouldn't give the 2 of them a second chance to launch a surprise attack. If they could capture one of them alive, they would be able to break even. If they could capture 2 of them alive, it would already be an ideal goal. If they could capture 3 of them alive, they would really need to burn incense and walk on dog shit luck. As for capturing all 5 of them alive, although the 2 of them were conceited and didn't belittle themselves, they didn't even dare to think about it. But the reality was so bizarre and so thought-provoking. These 5 people seemed to have underestimated the 2 of them to the extreme, and actually stepped into the trap so carelessly, allowing the 2 of them to turn the tables and capture them in one fell swoop. Zhuo Xiaoduo scratched his head, and Zhuo Xiaonian blinked. They both felt that this matter was a little inconceivable. The result was more or less a little dumbfounded. The 2 of them. Although we already had a plan and were very sure that we had a chance to turn the tables, and even if we fought them head-on from the start, we still had a pretty good chance of winning. But the 2 of us aren't that strong. Although we won this battle, and that's what we should do, and it's reasonable, to annihilate all of them like this. It really feels a little surreal. We really didn't have such extravagant hopes. It's more or less a little strange. No, it's just strange, Zhuo Xiaonian muttered softly. I think so too. It's really strange. Could it be the so-called heavenly luck? Heavenly luck. Luck is a part of strength, but it shouldn't be enough to tilt the battle to this extent. Zhuo Xiaoduo raised his head and looked at the sky. There wasn't even a single cloud in the sky. He had been using his divine sense since the beginning of the battle, but there was also nothing. Maybe the other party was too careless. Zhuo Xiaoduo scratched his head and simply stopped thinking about this problem. He turned around and cleaned up the battlefield abnormally quickly. Zhuo Xiaoduo rubbed each person's body, and the abundant vitality from the heaven-mending stone rushed into them. This way, he could ensure that these 5 people wouldn't die. Then, he took the opportunity to withdraw Zhu Rong's real fire. Then, he sealed the dantian of these half-dead people and broke their limbs. He took back the starry sky indestructible stone. And Zhuo Xiaonian did the same. She took back the extremely cold spiritual energy and sealed it. Then, he began to clean up the battlefield. He kept the 5 half-dead people into the spatial extermination pagoda. Zhuo Xiaoduo turned the scattered arms and legs up and down. He very carefully took off the rings, bracelets, and the bits and pieces that were tied to these body parts. As a peak Skysoar realm cultivator, the bits and pieces that he carried with him wouldn't be ordinary. This was for sure. Zhuo Xiaoduo, who had always thought that the sky was 9 feet higher and had recently lost a lot of money, naturally wouldn't let go of a single bit. After confirming that there were no more omissions, Zhuo Xiaoduo casually kicked the arms and legs down the cliff. Their masters were still useful for the time being. Let them have a taste of the extremely poisonous taste of Death Valley first. Zhuo Xiaonian frowned and squinted at Zhuo Xiaoduo disdainfully. As a clean and fragrant little fairy, these things are too disgusting. I won't touch them. Zhuo Xiaonian looked at Zhuo Xiaoduo very arrogantly. Zhuo Xiaoduo was still working tirelessly. He casually took out a space ring. Zhu Rong's real fire surrounded it and immediately broke the soul binding. He looked into it with his divine sense and couldn't help but laugh. There are really a lot of good things in here. I wonder if the fragrant and clean little fairy wants them. Zhuo Xiaonian immediately stretched out her white and tender little hand. Hurry up and give them to me. These were taken from the hands of those disgusting things. Are you sure you want them? Good things aren't disgusting. Zhuo Xiaonian stretched out her little hand and said proudly, give them to me. I'll keep them for you. Okay. Zhuo Xiaoduo obediently handed them over and said with a smile, in a traditional family, the husband's good things are kept by the wife. Men don't care about money. Well, that's the reason. Zhuo Xiaonian's pretty face blushed. She took all the space equipment with a clear conscience and put them away as if they were natural. She said, what husband and wife? Your things should be kept by me, shouldn't they? She wrinkled her nose and asked fiercely, isn't that right? Yes, 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 Zhuo Xiaoduo nodded and bowed, you're right. You're absolutely right. Humph. Master, are we going back now? Wait a moment. I'll clean this place again. Zhuo Xiaonian rolled her eyes and waved her hand. Then, a cold wind suddenly blew and blew the whole mountain clean. All the traces of the battle were gone. Wherever the cold wind passed, even the bloodstains and all kinds of patterns on the mountain were cleaned up. Zhuo Xiaonian was still worried and checked again. Finally, he released a gust of cold wind, freezing the entire mountain peak into a huge ice block. Then, she left with Zhuo Xiaoduo. Are the little kids nowadays so powerful? Lei Zhangtian turned into the void, watching from the air with a face full of appreciation. He had been watching the whole battle just now. At the last moment, he couldn't help but intervene a little. He thought it was flawless, but he didn't expect the 2 little guys to be so sensitive. He was almost discovered. At this moment, seeing Zhuo Xiaonian's action, he was even more confused. He didn't understand why Zhuo Xiaonian did that. The battle took place here. The other party can be sure that the battle took place here. Why did she have to go through so much trouble to clean up the traces? What's the point? He tried to adjust the time back to 11 a.m. to 6 p.m. There was still an hour left. You're tuning into the Blissful Bookshelf YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.